Good afternoon, good evening, and good day, everyone. Welcome to the 2021 webinar collaboration series of the Institute of Electronics Engineers of the Philippines, Qatar chapter, and Marinduque chapter. It is my honor and pleasure to be of service for this momentous event. I am Engineer Mitzi T. Reyes from the IECEP Marinduque chapter, and I will be your moderator for this event. We are all indeed going through a difficult time. But as engineers and professionals, we find solutions and interventions. We are not trained to dwell on unsolved problems, but rather we must be innovators, problem solvers, and critical thinkers. This trying time did not put a halt to quench our thirst for knowledge and experience. Due to certain restrictions and strict implementation of health protocols, COVID-19 has imposed a considerable distance between human interactions. But who would have thought that this pandemic will bring us closer to our fellow engineers and professionals who are miles away from us? Allow me to take this opportunity to extend my gratitude to all the persons behind the making of this first ever collaboration between ISEP Qatar and Marinduque chapters. To bind us with grace for this event, let us all take a brief moment of silence for the invocation to be led by Engineer Rachel Grace Lanchon from the ISEP Marinduque chapter, followed by our national anthems, the Philippine National Anthem and the National Anthem of Qatar. So we are still having some technical issues over here. For the meantime, let me take over for the invocation. Let us all take a brief moment of silence for a short prayer to guide us through this event. God, the King eternal, whose light divides the day from the night and turns the shadow of death into the morning, drive far from us all wrong desires, incline our hearts to keep your law, and guide our feet into the way of peace. That, having done your will with cheerfulness during the day, we may, when night comes, rejoice to give you thanks. Through Jesus Christ, our Lord. Amen. Next will be our national anthems. The Philippine National Anthem and the National Anthem of Qatar will be played.
Mga kababayan, ang pambansang awit ng Pilipinas. Kayang mag-ibig, kaya sa silanganan, alam ng puso, sa titik mo'y buhay. Lupang hinirang, kuya ka ng magiting, sa Marinduque, di ka pasisigaw, sa nagatang tutok sa simoy at sa langit ng pagaw, ay hinatang tulang awit sa paglayang minamahal. Ang isang ng matawad mo'y tagumpay na nag-iibig, ang bituin at araw niya kailan pa may magdidinig. Lumalang araw ng walang pagsinta, buhay langit sa piling mo. Ang inigaya ng partay mga api, ang mamatay ng dahil sa'yo. Pasaman, pasaman, pasaman di man rapat semer. Pasaman di man masharab diya. Patarong sa tabka hurratan dasmu biruhin awfiya. Siru ala jiru la siru, wala diyaril anbiya. Patarong biqalbi sirat ya'izzu wa amjadul ibad. Patarong rijal al-awwalin, أمتنا يوما إذا وحمائم يوم السلام، جوارح يوم الفداء. قدر الرجال الأولين، أمتنا يوما إذا وحمائم يوم السلام، جوارح يوم الفداء. قسما 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 بمن رفع السماء، قسما بمن نشر الضياء. وطن ستبقى حرة تسمو بروح الأوفياء.
Okay, now let us be reminded of some house rules. So these are some of the house rules that we should be aware of for the duration of our webinar. Okay, the first one, type your full name as your participant name. The name you will be using upon sign-in shall be cross-checked with our list of registrants, and the same would be reflected on your e-certificate. Next, be respectful. Treat everyone how you would like to be treated. Next, be an active participant. You may direct your topic-related questions in our Q&A chat box, and we will try to cover all of it before the end of this session. No spamming in the chat box. You are enjoined to attend the whole duration of the webinar. We have a strict attendance system in place, and checking shall be done from time to time. Your attendance will be invalidated if you do not complete 90% of the session. At the end of the session, kindly accomplish the post-webinar assessment and evaluation survey, which will be sent to your registered email address. Okay, so those are just some of the house rules. Now that we are aware of the reminders, to formally open our webinar, let me give to you the governors of ISEP Qatar and ISEP Marinduque chapters for their welcome remarks. First off, may we hear from the governor of ISEP Qatar chapter, Engineer Kensley Armon F. Manese, ECE AAE, the governor of ISEP Qatar chapter 2021.
Hi, thank you, Engineer Mitzi, for that intro. Good evening po sa lahat ng mga nasa Pilipinas, and good afternoon naman dito sa Middle East, and as well as good day kung nasan man kayong part ng mundo. Sana okay pa rin lahat tayo, as well as our families. So yes, I believe third wave, second wave, iba't ibang wave na ang nararanasan in different parts of the world. But still, we are very resilient nga, and hope hindi ito maging hadlang para continue pa rin natin yung mga webinars as well as learnings of different chapters. Let's support ISEP National as well as all ISEP chapters, and they're really doing their best to give us quality webinars. Same through what we are doing right now. We're giving you free webinars. Though take note, this is under application pa ng PRC. So hopefully ma-approve siya. Worst case naman kung hindi, just to remind you, pwede naman siyang for self-accreditation, as well as we will be giving you certificates naman para sa ating mga attendees. So I would like to thank ISEP Marinduque chapter, especially Governor Joy. Thank you for giving us the opportunity to collaborate with you and with your team, with your officers. And hope marami tayong matutunan ngayon, and it is a very interesting topic. So I will not make this message long for our speaker. Marami siyang gustong i-share sa atin. So again, thank you very much for attending and giving us your Saturday evening sa mga nasa Pinas ang oras dyan. So yun, thank you very much and keep safe po sa lahat.
Okay, thank you, Engineer Vanessa, for your welcome remarks. And now, to give us her welcome message, let us hear from the Governor of ISEP Marinduque, Engineer Joybel C. Buenaventura, ECE 1 PHN.
Hello. Good evening, everyone, and welcome to today's presentation. First, I would like to thank you all, dear participants, for choosing to spend your next 3 hours with us, in spite of your daily schedules. We are more than glad to be presenting to you this event with confidence that we all can gain something valuable today or tonight in as far as our professional growth is concerned. As said by Governor Kensley Armon Manase, yung speaker po natin, to the best of our knowledge, is the most qualified person to share this topic of ours. Maybe plainly because of his track record and expertise. So perhaps should you have prepared any questions, I'm sure our speaker will be more than glad to answer all you later. So ito pong gabing ito is truly a highway of learning for all of us, especially for ISEP Marinduque chapter, mainly because this is our first and hopefully start po ng mas marami pang events na gagawin namin. So, in behalf of ISEP Marinduque chapter, we would like to thank you, ISEP Qatar, especially Governor Kensley Manese, for the gentle mentoring and for guiding us all throughout this event. Thank you also for the officers, for the all the documents, especially that you have shared with us. And hopefully this event or this partnership of ours ay maulit pa rin po. So thank you everyone, and we hope you stay interested until the end of this seminar. Thank you.
Okay, thank you to both of our governors for their very warm welcome greetings. We are now pumped up and fueled for this 3-hour webinar, which I know will be beneficial for all of our attendees. And now, to introduce our resource speaker, here he is, Engineer J. Gaurano, the auditor of ISEP Qatar Chapter 2021.
Thank you, moderator, Engineer Mitzi. Again, good afternoon to our participants here in the Middle East. Good evening for those who join with us from the Philippines, especially our collab friends from Marinduque, to our VIPs, and to our Muslim brothers, Ramadan Mubarak. As what Gov Joy have said, our speaker is the most qualified for this webinar talking about ISO 9001 2015. Yes, indeed, he is the expert for this topic. So allow me to introduce our technical resource speaker for today. He is a graduate from Technical Institute of the Philippines, Manila, with a Bachelor of Science in Electronics and Communication Engineering in 2000 as a full-time academic scholar. He continued to earn his master's degree in 2007 from Mapua Institute of Technology in Master of Science in Electronics and Communication Engineering, major in electronics, where he completed all the academic units. He is a licensed and a grade A registered electronics engineer by the Ministry of and Municipality of Urban Planning, Qatar. Our technical resource speaker, he was the head of education and technical development at the Institute of Electronics Engineers of the Philippines, Qatar chapter for the year 2018 to 2019. He is an engineer at the same time auditor, trainer with over 19 years of professional experience in project and program management, an expert in the field of an expert in the field of manufacturing, construction, and intelligent transportation system. He works as a quality, health and safety and environment manager at Traffic Tech Gulf here in Qatar. His expertise spans a number of industries, including manufacturing, construction, transportation, service provider, system integration, and power electronics. He has extensive knowledge of design, procurement, construction, installation, testing, commissioning, and handing over of the traffic management system, intelligent transportation system, parking management system, communication and security system. He manages the audit programs for several projects in the state of Qatar and UAE, including internal and external audits of the integrated management system to ensure system compliance with the requirements. Our technical resource speaker worked with prestigious organizations and participated in the successful completion of high-profile projects. He is also the recipient of safety awards including the Platinum and Silver Awards for 7-star Safety Award at Qatar Petroleum, in recognition and appreciation for his outstanding safety performance for delivery of contract services. Our research speaker is also a certified project management professional, or PMP. He is also a Six Sigma Green Belt, holder of NIBOSH International General Certificate, lead auditor for quality, health and safety and environment. And not only that, he also holds British Safety Council International Diploma in Occupation Safety and Health. My dear fellow engineers and friends, please help me welcome a good friend of mine, my colleague, a man of quality and standard, Engineer Isagani Miranda Valerio. A round of applause, please.
Yep. Uh, Thank you. Uh, I think we need to pause for a few seconds. I think there is still attendees are still joining in. Correct. And obviously to catch our breath. Thank you, Gob Kens. Thank you, Gob Joy Bell. Thank you, Engineer Mitch. And thank you, Engineer Jigger, for that kind introduction. Actually, Engineer Jigger is one of my friends at Traffic Tech. Yes, I'm Engineer Isagani, but everyone calls me Gani. So for simplicity, I believe you just need to call me by my nickname Gani. Uh, Pleasure to be with you on this short webinar regarding the fundamentals of quality management system, or ISO 9001 2015. Uh, Good evening, good day to wherever you are. Okay, right now. I see that most of the attendees, or I assume that most of the attendees are engineers or guys with technical background. And obviously, being engineers, we have been trained to be highly analytical. We're actually good at technology. We're actually good at math. We're good in analysis. But I have realized that one thing is missing actually, which is the understanding of fundamental concept of business management system. So precisely what we're going to discuss right now. I will be sharing with you my 20 years of experience on the field of quality. Perhaps we can also discuss health and safety as well, because quality, health and safety and environment are almost the same in terms of structure. I hope you can learn something from this training. So I'll do my level best, okay, for everyone to understand the fundamental of quality management system. Let me share my screen right now. I hope you guys can see my screen over there in Marinduque and obviously in Qatar. Yep. So what are the wait, let me just okay, so in terms of objectives, so there are a number of objectives relevant to this training course. So once we have completed this training course, we guys are, you guys are expected to know the principle, know the fundamentals of quality management system. Okay. And then of course, the purpose. What is the purpose of quality management system? Why we have a quality management system that is based on ISO 9001 2015? And then what would be the benefits if you guys will be implementing it in your organization? Or I believe some of the attendees right now have their own consultancy company. So perhaps you may want to implement the same management system in your organization. And then, of course, throughout this training course, I'm going to touch the requirements of quality management system based on ISO 9001 2015 standard. Okay, excuse me. I think Actually, what is ISO? Let me just. ISO is actually International Organization for Standardization. So then don't get confused because so this is one of the common mistakes in terms of defining what is ISO. O always comes first with S. Okay, so it's actually a Greek word. Okay, which means ayos. We remember during our college days isosceles triangle. You know, if you remember isosceles triangle, it means two sides are equal. So it's the same thing with ISO. So it's a Greek word. Okay, but uh, in terms of definition, this is actually International Organization for Standardization. Its headquarters is actually located in Geneva, Switzerland, and it's composed of more or less 165 participating countries, and obviously Philippines is one of them. The main goal or the main works of ISO is actually to set up, to develop, and to publish international standards, even specifications, or even guidelines that any organizations, whether construction, manufacturing, government, non-government, or private, could actually be implemented. And to date, there are actually 20,000 standards under ISO portfolio that any management system or any organization can actually implement, to improve their services. But today, we're going to touch only quality management system, which is so all about, the quality of the services, the quality of the products that we're going to give to our suppliers. Yes, this is actually a worldwide federation. As I said, it's composed of 165 countries. Uh, in developing the standard, there is actually a technical committee within ISO. They call it Technical Committee 176, TC 176. They were the one responsible for the review and approval of the latest version that we're going to tackle today, ISO 9001 2015. So this is actually the official trademark or logo of ISO. So, so in terms of standard, uh, there are actually, as I said, under ISO portfolio, there are 20,000. So imagine, guys, in terms of perhaps in terms of finance, in terms of agriculture, in terms of manufacturing. So there's a lot of standards, that we could subscribe to, okay, depending on the nature of the activity that we do in our organization. Number one is actually 9001. So this is what we're going to touch tonight. So 9001, we talk about the product, okay? So this is actually the product, the quality of the product that we deliver to our customers, okay? So that is ISO 9001, consistent and conforming products. ISO 45001, this is actually a new version of OSAS 18000. If you remember this one, so those who have background in management system, it used to be OSAS 18001. Okay. When we say OSAS 18001, this is actually a British standard. Okay. But lately, in 2018, they have decided to prepare the first ISO standard. So 45001 is the first ISO standard for occupational health and safety management system. So here we're talking about people. Okay. So the safety of the people. We're not talking about the product, but the safety of the people. And then 14,001, 14,001 has been there, it talks about sustainability, we're talking about environmental management system. So how would you control your operations so as to eliminate or perhaps to reduce the waste within your processes? So you may want to implement this one, if especially if you are uh, participating in some government tenders in the Philippines or in Qatar. So this is highly applicable because it involves a lot of legal requirements. Okay, so this is environment. The fourth one is actually energy. I think most of the blue chips company, like for example, Ayala or in the Philippines or in Qatar, Qatar Petroleum or Qatar Gas, uh, they are implementing this 50,001. So 50,001 is actually related to 14,001. So this is actually efficient use of energy. So if your organization is willing to monitor uh, the energy usage, the carbon footprints, which is highly important right now because of the global warming that we've been experiencing lately. So we might want to implement 50,001. And then, of course, 20,001, it talks about food safety. In Qatar, this is highly required right now, especially if you are, as I said, if you are participating in government tenders and if you are into food businesses. Okay, so 22,001 is a management system for food safety. So as I said, we are being represented by the Department of Trade in Industry in ISO in Geneva, Switzerland. In particular, the department or in one of their department, the Bureau of Philippine Standards. Okay, so they participate whenever there will be a review and approval of new standards. So representatives from BPS under DTI will travel or will be coordinating with the ISO technical team. Let me give you some evolutions of 9001. Actually, the standard has morphed from just a procedural based management system. It was in 1987 where the first version of ISO 9001 was released. It was a procedural based management system. It's like a quality assurance. Okay, it's a quality assurance. So as I said, the system has morphed from being a procedural based management system to a process based, because the old version of the 2000 or 9001 was 9001 2008. 2008, this is actually the year when the standard was published. So the base there is actually 9001. So the year gets changes whenever there is a new revision. Okay, so right now we're talking about 2015. Yes, it has been changed and modified to a risk-based thinking standards. So we're going to touch this one. So what does risk-based thinking mean? Actually, this 9001 was actually based from British BS. If you can Google this one, it's actually a British quality assurance standard. The British 5750. As you know, it's always been a battle between the US and the UK in terms of standard. Okay, but the good thing is that US is more of prescriptive. Okay, prescriptive. It means all details are there. Compared with the UK, because in the UK they only define how you do it, but in terms of sorry, they only define what to do, but in terms of details how you do it, so it's up to you. So it's up to the organization to define it. So that's the basic there. So US is always a prescriptive in terms of standard management system. So it means you can easily or you can always use US standard. I have decided to touch some of the fundamental, I think, definition in terms of quality before we dive deep on the requirement of ISO 9001 2015 or on the structures. Quality, I think you guys have been discussing what is quality. You discuss it at work or perhaps you discuss it at home. Okay, so there's a lot of definition of quality. Okay, so on this one, quality means a degree to which a set of inherent characteristic of objects fulfills requirement. Actually, this is highly technical. Okay, this one came from ISO. Okay, specifically ISO 9001 2015. Okay, so this is actually a fundamental guide or vocabulary that we could always subscribe. Whenever we want to check any definitions and terms relevant to ISO management system. Okay, so when you say inherent, it means it's not assigned. This could be in terms of what are the inherent characteristics. This could be in terms of physical, could be in terms of uh, functional requirements or visual requirements. Okay. Uh, uh, I think there are feedbacks over there. Okay. So another definition. Okay. So this definition came from American Society for Quality. Refers to uh, overall features of a product or services. Again, we're not only talking about product here, okay? Because some of us, okay, maybe we're working in service sector, okay? As I said, ISO 9001 is highly applicable in any organization of any type, okay? Whether service, whether agriculture, okay? So we can always implement ISO 9000 in 2015. So this one, the features of the product which are required by the customer. So it's like for example, if you're buying a laptop, in the back of your mind, you have some expectations. You have some quality expectations when you're planning to buy a laptop. Perhaps your particular quality requirement is to have a good RAM. You know, RAMs maybe 3 or 5. I'm not really technical in terms of RAM, but those are the examples. Or in terms of resolution, if you're buying a television, so these are example of the standards or the wants of the customers that uh, they want to have, you know, in terms of quality. Another definition of quality is actually conformity to standard. When you say conformity to standard, it means it follows the requirement of the standards. Okay, based on the requirement of the standard. So this one is based on the definition proposed by Bill Crosby. He, he's actually a an engineer and let me say he's actually a trainer and he is also involved in quality management system. But going back to conformity, so don't get confused with compliance. Okay, some of you might hear the word compliance. Okay, so throughout this training, I think we might be discussing more of conformity. But when we talk of legal, okay, so this is where the compliance comes in. Okay, when we talk about any legal requirements. Okay, so, for example, in ECE we have a legal requirement, the RA 9292. So the sections there are all legal requirements. So if we fail to meet those requirements, we call it non-compliance. But if we're talking about the requirement of the standard, the same as what we're discussing right now, we call it non-conformity because we're only talking about standard. Okay. So this is actually the photo of Engineer Bill Crosby. Yep. As I said, quality could be in terms of durability. Okay, in terms of warranty, in terms of reliability. So there's a lot of expectations when we're talking about quality. So it depends on your expectation. It depends on your wants and needs. So it's a huge topic, okay, to deal with. This is example of a Swiss cheese. Okay, so this actually is Swiss cheese, but this is like an analogy. In Japan, actually, in Japan, if you guys are working in any Japanese company, they have a motto there. Do it right the first time. So it's always been a motto. When I was working in a Japanese company, so do it right the first time. So basically, the principle is that it's always easy, to correct any defects or any reworks uh, at the initial phase. Okay, at the initial phase of perhaps your project or at the initial development of your program, okay, or everything or whatever it may be, whatever you do. Okay, so it's highly influenced. It means you can always correct it easily with low cost. Okay, because at the end of the day, quality means money. If you have zero defects, it means you 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 have a good bottom line. So at the end of the day, business means business. Okay, so every company means business. So they want to earn money. So compared with low influence, especially if the issues are identified at the backline. Okay, so backline. So when I say backline, at the end of the process, so you have a low influence because the idea is that what happens is that you've already put a considerable amount of resources. in terms of money, in terms of time, in terms of machinery. So obviously it's hard to correct. So these things. So that's why the principle of do it right the first time is it's actually a good thing that any organization could actually implement. And then of course it's high cost. Okay, high cost. Process, it's the same with quality. I think you guys are always discussing what is process. Process is actually interrelated or interacting activities. For example, in your organization, you have training process. Your training process could have an inputs, correct? This could be in terms of inquiry, or in terms of purchase order, or this could be in terms of documents. So there's a lot of inputs in terms of training. This could be the equipment that you use for training, your infrastructure, and then of course you have the output. So what is the output of your training process? So obviously the output of your training process is the training certification, and then of course the training that has been carried out, okay, relevant to any topics that you're planning to deliver. So that is a process. So the principle is that we always need to manage the process in our operations because it's highly important. And I'm going to discuss it a little bit later why it's important to manage our processes accordingly. Process approach, it's actually like an organization needs to integrate, okay? We need to integrate, we need to interconnect our processes. You have a design process, okay? I see that most of the attendees are engineers, okay? So you guys, perhaps some of you are involved in design. So if you have a design process in terms of design procedures, so obviously you have inputs, you have outputs, okay? And then you have the resources required to deliver that uh, inputs, okay? So the idea is that we're not operating in silos. It means we need to interconnect, okay, with one another. So perhaps the design process needs to coordinate with procurement. Procurement needs to coordinate with training. So training needs to coordinate with production, and so on and so forth. So the idea is that uh, process approach is very important, or the linkage of the processes within your organization is important. Policy, this is actually the aim. This is actually the aspirations of your organizations. How would you attain your customer satisfactions? At the end of the day, as I said, business is always, business is beating the competition. Business is always, delighting your customers. So how it is documented in your policy? So each organization has its own policy. Right now, we're only going to tackle about, the quality policy, the intent, the directions of an organization as far as improving quality management system is concerned. And then, of course, procedure. Procedure is a document, okay? It's a way to carry out an activity, okay, correctly and properly, and of course safely. So in short, in my experience, okay, I've seen a lot of procedures, but accordingly, some of them are not written in a meaningful way. Okay, so really, I think uh, we as an engineers, I mean, we need to be, if we are involved in preparations of method statement or procedures or even guidelines, I think we need to prepare, a procedure that is actually meaningful, that is actually adequate, that is actually based on the processes that you're preparing with. So this is a graphical representation of process. As I was saying, you've got an input, okay, obviously, and then of course you have an activity, okay. Going back to design process, one of the activities in the design process could be planning of the design, could be reviewing, or even preparing of shop drawings, okay. So those are kind of activities, okay. So once you have done that activity, you expect certain outputs. Output could be in terms of your final design, could be in terms of your your proposal, okay. So this is actually a linkage between processes. Okay, so this is the linkage. This is the process approach. So everything must be interconnected. So we need to remove barriers. Okay, especially in quality. So everything must be communicated, must be integrated. Another graphical representations of process approach. Yes, your resources. So what are the resources? Resources could be, as I said, there's a lot of resources. This could be tangible. This could be intangible. Okay, like for example, your data, your informations. Okay, so these are intangible resources that you might need whenever you plan. When I say plan, this could be a high level planning. Okay, in terms of your organization, or this could be a project planning. Okay, so both are actually captured in process approach. And then of course your inputs could be, the person, any inputs that might be required, okay, to complete your process. And then who does what, I mean, who's responsible to do that particular activities. Okay, so of course we need to ensure that anyone responsible to do the activity must be trained and competent. Okay, when you say competent, of course, by virtue of training, experience, even skills. Okay, so we can say somebody's competent if he holds, those kind of attributes. The methods, obviously, okay, the procedures that we discussed, the safe systems of work. Okay, procedures, I'm not only talking about procedures. It could be a method statements if you're working in construction industry. It could be a work instructions if you're working in manufacturing industry. So whatever it may be. Okay, so we need to ensure that how it is being done, or how, the procedure, the processes must be prepared. And then of course, you expect something. Okay, again, going back to design process. So what are the outputs? What are the key performance indicators? What are the targets that you expect during your design phase? Of course, you expect that you completed your design proposal, okay, with perhaps 99% accuracy, or something like that, or in terms of perhaps delivery. Okay, so it depends on the performance indicators that you guys have set, okay, relevant to any activities that you're working in right now. As I said, your operations, your processes must not be operated in silos. They must be interconnected, the same as design. It must be integrated with purchasing, and purchasing must be integrated with production. Uh, what you see right now is actually a policy. This is example of policy that I covered earlier. Actually, this is integrated. When I say integrated, it covers both quality, health, safety, and environment. Okay, so this is the intention. This is the aspirations of any organizations. Mr. Gani, why we need to have a policy? Actually, this is one of the requirement of the standards. Okay, so the standard says that we need to document, okay, our policy. So you guys, okay, in any, or if you may want to check this one, okay, in your organization, you always have, an approved policy that is posted in every rooms of your organization. Okay, so it's posted there because we need to communicate, the content of our policy. We don't need to memorize it, but we should know it, by heart. Okay, so any organization can include, their quality policy. Okay, perhaps an induction training program for newly hired employees. Okay, so that we do the communication thing. Okay, so this it's not enough that you've established your policy. Okay, so you've got to ensure that your policy is communicated and of course implemented within your organization. uh let me, okay, so actually, if you can read this one, he's actually W. Edward. You know, uh, he is one of the key figures in quality management. Okay, Edward Dennis. Okay, he was an American engineer, and he is considered as one of the key person. Okay, who helped Japan. Okay, after World War II. Okay, we know that. During the fall of Imperial Japan in 1945, I mean, Japan economy was at its knees. They were fully devastated. So Americans, so they have decided to help Japan. Okay, so they sent this guy, Doctor Edward Deming. Okay, so he went to Japan in 1950. He conducted a number of trainings for Japanese managers and engineers. Okay, so the trainings were more of statistical trainings and quality related trainings, because as I said, during that time in the US, after World War II, it's always been a battle between the big three in automotive industry. I hope you are aware about the big three. Excuse me. The Ford, Chrysler, and General Motors. Okay, it's always been a battle, in terms of quality. As I said, Japan, their quality was very poor, compared with Americans. So their quality was not at par compared with the big three. So I'm talking about Toyota. Okay, so this guy, as I said, he was a game changer in terms of quality, and he contributed a lot. Okay, to what Japan, you know, have right now. Okay, so in terms of quality, okay, right now Japan. When we talk about Japan, Japan has a good quality in terms of automotive, in terms of you know raw materials. It's because of this guy. Okay, Edward W. Deming. I believe the highest award in terms of quality in Japan was named after him as well. In recognition for his contributions in the quality aspects and quality assurance of Japanese people. Okay, I have introduced Dr. Edward Deming because precisely when we say Deming, we talk about the Deming cycle. Okay, this is actually the plan: do, check, and act. It's not actually him who originated this cycle. This PDCA cycle. It was actually Schuhart. I can't remember the name of the guy. Shu Schuhart. Okay. I think you can Google. I can't remember it. Okay, but you can Google his name, Schuhart. Schuhart was actually the father of statistical process control. Okay, and Deming, he tweaked. He made the minor changes on the PDA cycle. Okay, so actually, it's for Deming. It's actually study instead of check. Okay, but then again, whenever we mention, this PDCA cycle, plan, do, check, act, it's always the name of Deming. Okay, I don't know what's the issue why it's always interconnected with Dr. Deming. Okay, so but that's the story behind that one. The plan, do, check, and act. Okay, when we say plan, do, check, and act, this is actually a systematic graphical representation of your management system. Okay, plan. When you say plan, we take for example your project. You plan your project obviously during the initial phase of your project, correct? So what are the objectives? What are the aspirations that are involved in your projects? Okay, objectives could be in terms of objectives embedded in your contracts, or objectives that are internal objectives, of your organization. So regardless, so you plan your objectives, and then of course you plan your processes, the ones that we have covered earlier. So processes, your training processes, your design processes, your operations processes, your project management processes. So everything will be included in the planning phase. Obviously, during the planning phase, of course, you are required to have resources as well, because everything boils down into resources, and by principle, resources is always limited. So we don't have that much resources. So in any organization, it's always highly controlled because resources means money. So most of the organizations right now are sharing their resources, which is actually a good practice. Okay, so it's the same thing with high level planning. We plan, okay, in our organization. If we're planning to implement the ISO 9001, we plan the requirements of the management system. And then of course you do, when you say do, getting things done. Okay, what was planned must be implemented. Okay, so during this time, okay, you need to reinforce, you need to mobilize your resources, okay, within your project or perhaps within your organization if you're talking about high level planning, okay. And then of course, after you have executed your plan, or yes, you've done the implementation phase, so it's time now to validate your achievement. It's time now to monitor, okay, continuous monitoring of your achievement, whether you have met your achievement or not. You have a planned, uh, you have a planned arrangement. Obviously, what's your target? Did you meet your target? Did you hit your target? So if you don't hit your target, so what are the gaps? So it means during the check phase of the PDA cycle, you need to identify the gaps within your management system or within your projects. Okay. So once you have identified the gaps, obviously you need to report and you need to record, you need to document. Excuse me. You need to document your findings. In the UK, the legal requirement says that if you have 5 or more employees, you've got to document your processes. So I think it's a good practice to always document our processes so that we can always get back, whenever we want to verify, the historical or something like that. So we need to document our processes. So you've already documented your checks findings. So act, okay, so this is the time that you need to take actions, okay. You need to improve, okay. uh, you need to improve based on the findings on the check phases. So improvement in terms of as I said, in terms of your organization, in terms of financial, in terms of your project, so any improvements. And then of course, PD cycle can be implemented every year, every day, every second. So it's up to you. So it's actually an iterative process or repeated cycle that any organization can actually implement. Excuse me. Yep. Uh, Actually, this is the structure. This is the structure of the standard that we're going to discuss a little bit later. I hope you understand it now because we've discussed most of the elements of a quality management system for us to understand, the succeeding slides. On the left of the canvas, okay, it's always a customer requirements, okay. At the right, this is actually your customer expectations or your customer satisfactions, okay. So within the canvas, okay, you can see a number of processes. So these are actually the structures of the standards that I'm going to discuss later on. But can you observe, the plan, the do and check act that we discussed, the PDA cycle that we discussed? Okay, for an organization to deliver the customer requirements on the left, okay, he needs to have a management system. He needs to have this kind of management system. Without this management system, it will be hard for him to satisfy or to deliver the goods that is expected of him. Okay, so hence this quality management system at the center of the canvas is very important. So this is exactly what we're going to tackle right now. Quality management system. Okay, so this is another fundamental thing. It's actually a set of policies, procedures, and processes within your organization to ensure that you achieve your intended results. Okay, intended results. It depends on your work scope. Okay, if you're working in construction industry, obviously you have your defined work activities and you have your core business processes. If you're working in service industry, it's the same. So it's actually defined and documented within your management system. So what are the purpose of quality management system? Obviously one of the purpose, it's actually to delight our customers, to satisfy our customers. If you have a satisfied and happy customers, obviously it's easy for you to get the repeat orders, correct? It's easy for you to get another orders, or it's easy for you to make a joint venture with them, something like that. So if you have a delighted customers. And then, of course, it's a way to analyze the customer requirements. As I said, customer requirements could be in terms of technical requirements, could be in terms of commercial requirement, could be in terms of legal requirements. So that's one of the purpose of quality management system. And then, of course, to keep the process under control. Uh, when I say process, I think everyone understands it now that these are the activities within your organizations. Okay, so keep the process under control. How do you keep your process under control? In the manufacturing industry, they some of the companies are actually implementing SPC, statistical statistical charts, something like that. Okay, so this is actually to control the processes. Okay, this is actually an automated system that is designed to monitor variable data. You know, when I say variable data, this could be a dimension measurement of your product. This could be a functional measurement of your product, and of course, any processes that beyond or out of control will be rejected. You know, throughout the process. So that is one of the, and then of course continual improvement. Continual improvement, when we say improvement, it means we're improving the effectiveness of the system, we're improving the effectiveness of the project. When you say effectiveness, this is your target versus your actual. Okay, did you hit your target, did you meet your target? Okay, if not, then what are the improvements that you're planning to take? Okay, because it's always been a, you know, it's always been a principle of continuous improvement. It's not, ISO does not want you to be perfect, you know. No, never will be. But of course, if what ISO says that if you have issues, if you have variations in your processes, if you have gaps in your processes, you need to identify them, and obviously you need to address them accordingly. And then, of course, consistently fulfill requirements. Requirement. This is your customer requirement, correct? If you are into projects or if you are into service, okay, that is your prime goal, actually, to provide to make your customer happy. And then, of course, your organizational requirement. You have your requirement as well within your organization. So you need you need to ensure those requirements are fulfilled as well. Okay, so that is precisely many organizations are implementing ISO 9001 2015. So the benefits, so there's a lot of benefits, obviously. Okay, as I said, delight your customer, make them happy. Uh, Easy market entry for your products, and eliminate errors. So this is highly important. Okay, uh, errors. This is what you're trying to prevent. Okay, whether you are working in the projects or in manufacturing sector, you know, the errors and the waste. Okay, waste. This is what we're trying to prevent. In Japanese, when you say waste, this is actually muda. Okay, so they hate muda. In the principle of lean, I don't know if you guys are aware about Lean Six Sigma. Lean. This is actually a good tools if you want, if you're planning to get black belt, green belt, or yellow belt. You're going to tackle these kind of things. I think there are 8 ways in Lean Six Sigma. Like for example, overproduction. It's actually considered waste, correct? And I believe this principle, okay, because this kind of principle, Lean Six Sigma, originated in the US. Okay, so Motorola, precisely the Six Sigma, okay, during Motorola days. And it's widely adopted, I think, whatever sector you may be. For example, McDonald, or even in Jollibee, correct? McDonald, uh, they prevent, you know, overproductions. So it means your burger will not hit the grill until a customer place an order. Okay, so that's basically the principle of overproduction. You don't you don't produce, okay? Hindi ka nagpo-produce ng walang demand. So it's always you know, the principle of demand. So that's why, okay, for waste, going back to waste, because waste is actually defects. If you have defects, it means defects is money, correct? So it means you have inefficiencies within your management system. So if you have inefficiencies within your management system, it means perhaps your profitability or your bottom line is not that good. Okay, so at the end of the day, as I said, we mean business. Okay, any organization always mean business, so they need to earn money. Okay, excuse me. And then of course, easy approval on bank loans and businesses. Okay, I think this is the blood of any company to take loans. Okay, especially here in Qatar, to take loans whenever a new project is being awarded. And then, of course, to delight your customers and to improve the effectiveness and efficiencies and to increase the market shares and profitability. Okay, so in terms of quality, part of quality management system, so there are actually four parts of quality management system. Planning. It means you plan your processes, you plan your objectives, you plan the resources, and then number two is actually quality assurance. When you say quality assurance, you're doing some cross checkings. Okay, going back to design process. So what are the quality assurance that you do during your design process? Okay, quality assurance could be like comparing the issued for construction. Perhaps you receive IFC drawings or approve AFC drawings or IFC drawings from your consultant. You compare it with your design, okay? Because you're preparing the design. So comparing it, you're cross-checking it. This is actually quality assurance. So quality assurance is more of document cross-checking. Again, a given standard or specification. Quality control, it's actually designed to test, to monitor. So example of quality control is actually the testing and commissioning that you do. Whenever a phase or phases of your projects have been done, you need to ensure that that particular phases comply with the requirement of the contract. So you do your testing, commissioning, or perhaps you have factory acceptance tests. So those are example of quality control. So it means you have the product right now. Okay, compared with quality assurance, you don't have yet the product. Okay, quality improvement, as I said, this is actually a continuous pursuit for perfection. But I said, but as I said, nobody's perfect, and okay. But then again, especially quality improvement for those activities that are not giving you value added. Okay, you may want to remove the processes, or you may want to remove equipment that do not provide value added to your organizations, because those are cost. Okay, so those are example of quality improvement. Again, on the left is your customer requirements. On the right is actually the customer satisfactions that is expected of you. Okay, let me just share with you regarding the transition. Actually, if you are certified on the old version, because right now, as I said, the new version is actually 2015. It used to be 2008. Okay, it used to be 2008. If you are certified before, okay, when the new version was released, ISO is giving you like 3 years, to migrate to the new version of the standards. Okay, as I said, the new version of the standard was released in September of 2015. Okay, so from September 2015, any organizations who are certified to 2008 version are given until September of 2018. The period to because you need to migrate. Otherwise, your certificate will be invalid. During after 2018. Okay. I'm going to tackle some fundamentals of auditing, a quick, because you need to understand what is auditing as well. How spotted your video for earlier. Okay. Audit. Yep. I think Eddie. I think may tanong ka, Mr. Eddie. He's raising his. Guys, let us know if you have any questions or clarifications. We're happy to address that one. Though we'll address your questions at the end of this webinar. But if you have any issues or clarifications, okay, so I'm happy to address that one. Yeah, before we proceed with the succeeding slide. Yeah. Okay, so okay, I'll go with audit. Audit, this is actually a systematic, independent and documented process. Okay, systematic because you're using a particular guide, and one of the guide is actually ISO 9001 2015 standard. It's independent because you're not supposed to audit your department. For example, engineer Gobkins, he's working on the design. He is the head of the design, okay, in his company. Obviously, he is not allowed to audit his design process. So that is actually independent. But he can always audit training process. He can always audit production process. He can always audit other processes, aside from his process. So that is actually independent. Documented, it means everything is actually documented. Once you've done your auditing, you need to document. You need to document your findings. And then, of course, during audit, what you need to find is actually the evidences. Okay, so evidences could be good or bad. Okay, you need to document that one. And then, of course, you need to compare against the audit criteria. Okay, whether the evidences fulfilled, the audit criteria. So objective evidence, excuse me, could be anything. As I said, could be data, could be documents, could be tangible, could be intangible, could be verbal or stated, or could be measurement. Okay, so these are example of objective evidence that you can always seek during your internal audit. In terms of criteria, so there's a lot of criteria as well. As I said, one of the criteria is actually the standard ISO 9001 2015, or any management system that you guys are auditing. So that is actually one of your criteria. And then, of course, your customer requirements. Your customer requirements are actually incorporated in the contract, correct? Or in any subcontractor agreement. So you may wish to check, okay, whether the contract requirements are being adhered, okay? So this is something that we can always check during our internal audit. And then, of course, if you are talking about environmental management system, you may wish to check, the environmental aspects, or even the occupational health and safety hazards within your project. And then, of course, other criteria include your procedures, your policies, okay, that are set within your organization. So you can always cross-check your objective evidence against the procedures and manuals, okay, that your organizations have. And then, of course, legal, okay, legal and other requirements, but here it's only legal requirement. In the Philippines, when you say legal requirement, I made one classic example, RA, for ECE, RA 9292, okay. I think under section, correct me if I'm wrong, under section 38 or 29, the PEC stamp, correct? It's only the PECE, the professional electronic engineers stamp, not the electronic. So ang pwede lang mag-stamp sa atin yung professional electronics engineer. Otherwise, you violate the requirement of RA 9292. So if you violate the requirement of RA 1992, you are exposed to legal consequences. It could be in terms of penalty, correct? It could be in terms of enforcement actions from PRC, or perhaps from your interested parties na nakatrabaho mo. So yun ang legal requirement natin. Pwede nating i-audit yun, yung mga legal requirement. And then, of course, sa Pilipinas, alam natin, legal requirement starts with bill, okay? It's pass, a bill, how a bill becomes a law. Obviously, a bill is created or passed by a Congress, the lower or upper house, and then until it becomes a law or it's approved or vetoed by the president. Okay, so those are legal requirements. So anything that is enforceable within the court of law, okay, whether here in the state of Qatar or in the Philippines, so we call them legal requirement. In Qatar, the Qatar labor law, Qatar labor law, Qatar labor law number 14 of 2014. So these another legal requirements that any organization can actually audit. You check whether your organization complies with the requirements of Qatar labor law. Okay, so during your internal audit. And then regulatory or industry requirement. This is actually specific to 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 industry. In Qatar, the QCS. We have QCS 2014. Okay, Qatar Construction Specifications of 2014. It's actually a regulatory requirement, but it becomes a legal requirement when the requirement is included in your contract. Okay, but per se, QCS 2014 is actually a regulatory requirement. Okay, those 29 sections of QCS 2014 specific for construction, industry, and some other sectors here in Qatar, and some other industry body as well. So those are criteria that you may want to check during your internal audit process. Uh, Types of audits, there are actually three types of audit. You know, the first party audit. When you say first party audit, it means internal audit within your organization. Okay. Engineer can actually audit, as I said, can actually audit training department. Okay, but he's not authorized to audit his design department. So this is actually internal audit within the company. The second audit is actually second party audit. When you say second party audit, you're auditing. You're checking, you know, the effectiveness. You're checking the adequacy of controls of your suppliers, of your vendors, okay, of your external providers. Okay, so we're not only talking of suppliers, we're talking of your outsourcing company. We're talking of subcontractors, you know, working in your project. So you can always audit them, you know, as part of your audit program. If you have the necessary resources, so you may plan to audit those interested parties. And then the last audit is actually the third party audit. So third party audit is actually an independent audit. Okay, in your organizations, someone will go there, you know, from the certification body to audit your company's compliance with the requirement. For example, with ISO 9001 2015. Example of certification body could be SGS, Veloci, Lloyd's, TUB. Okay, so they will go, okay, at your organization to check. Okay, but there is a process actually before you guys could actually apply for third party audit or third party certification. Okay, so how is the hierarchy? Okay, we discussed about third party audit. When you say third party audit, these are the certification body that visits your organization to check your company's compliance. Okay, certification body is being controlled by accreditation body. Okay, so there is actually a good hierarchy at ISO. Okay, so they have a good hierarchy over there on how to control. Okay, so this kind of things. So accreditation body, there's a lot of accreditation body. So accreditation body is actually to accredit, you know, the certification body. Your certification body is actually to certify your company, your organization. Okay, so it's like a tier. Okay, the second tier, the third tier, and then of course, accreditation body is being controlled by international uh, accreditation forum. Okay, so this is actually the highest controlling body for accreditation system. Okay, as I said, accreditation is actually a third-party attestation to determine the conformity of your company in terms of quality management system. Certification body, okay, so to certify your organizations, it's actually a process. If you're planning to your company right now, if you have consultancy company, like for example, Gov Adonis, okay, he has a company, so he can always apply for certification, okay. Yep. So this is a quick guide. As I said, if you're planning to get certified with the requirement, okay, of ISO 9001 2015. So it's a normal process. You get a quote, okay, and then of course you sign a contract, okay. You have a pre-assessment, okay. You do an audit, and then if there are any issues identified during the audit, you need to ensure those are closed and rectified, and then of course certification. Okay. Okay, so what are the benefits? Actually, certification audit, it's actually not mandatory. It's actually, but right now in Qatar, it becomes obligatory now, especially if you're bidding for government tenders, okay, in Ashgal. So they're always asking for three management system, you know, the quality, health, and safety, okay. They're always asking for, you know, if your company complies with the requirements or if you're implementing the requirement of quality management system. So as I said, it's not a mandatory, but in some other countries like in Qatar, you know, it depends on your client. Okay, so I've experienced this one with Ashgal. So it's actually a mandatory requirement for any company to get certified, from this management system. Okay. Otherwise, you may not be allowed to bid or to tender. And then, of course, other benefits actually, market shares could be, regional market shares, or could be, overseas market share. And then, of course, to identify best practices. When you say best practices, you're talking about, benchmarking. You're trying to compare your organization's best practices against another organization of the same type. So that is actually benchmarking. And if you identify any gaps, okay, you may want to address, those gaps, okay, to have the same best practices. And then, of course, to reduce bureaucracy. Okay, when you say bureaucracy, this has been the issue with ISO. Okay, because they say that ISO, it's only bureaucracy because you guys are deal with a lot of documents, records, red tapes and things like that. But mind you, in the 2000 version of ISO 9001 2015, okay, they have streamlined. Okay, so they have removed the requirement for a number of documents, even number of procedures. Okay, so it's always a risk-based approach. You identify the risk, and then if you see that you have a significant risk, okay, in that particular process, okay, then you may want to prepare a particular procedure. Okay, so yes, implementing ISO 9001, 9001 2015 might reduce the documentations within your management system or within your project. And of course, public trust. Okay, so it's good to have, because at the end of the day, once you are certified with ISO 9001, uh, your certificate is actually updated in your website, correct? So in some other sales, something like that. Okay, so you increase the trust of the public. And then of course, control costs. We talk about, the waste. Okay, it's always been, controlling waste within your supply chain, within your projects, okay, within your service industry. Okay, because waste is actually money. Okay, waste is actually defects, and we hate defects. Okay, because it affects our bottom line at the end of the day. And then, of course, market differentiation. So compared with company that do not have a quality management system, so you have the advantage. Okay, you always have the advantage. And then demonstrate due diligence and business efficiency. I'll need to make quick. Okay, so quality management principles. So there are actually 7 management principles. Okay, so principles, so these are beliefs and norms and even values that are accepted as true and can be used as a basis for a quality management system. So quality management system used to be eight numbers, uh, based on the old version, but right now they have reduced. Okay, so they've reduced this one into 7 management principle. Again, it's always been customer focused. Okay, you need to understand, okay, what are the requirements of your customers, not only the existing requirement. You need to understand the future requirements as well. Okay, you need to understand the needs. You need to understand the expectations of your customers, even the implied expectations. Okay, implicit expectation must be understood as well. Okay, so as to make our customer happy. And then leadership. When I say leadership, I'm not talking about senior management. I'm not talking about the president. Leadership can be can any can be a supervisors. Okay, anybody within the organization, any level of the organization has leadership. Okay, so leadership is very important. Okay, especially in terms of communicating your quality policy, in terms of communicating your quality aspirations, in terms of communicating your visions, okay, on how to achieve your promises, okay, with your interested parties. Because quality is not for quality department. I think this is a flawed interpretation of the standard. Quality department, quality. I'll go with quality department. No, when you say quality, you're talking about your promises with your customers, your promises with your interested parties. So how would you fulfill those promises? So obviously you need leadership at the top, okay, to guide and to lead you to achieve, those promises that you have made to your interested parties. And then of course engagement of people, okay, within the organization, vertically and horizontally. So everyone must be involved, uh, from laborers up to CEO. They must be involved in your quality management system. As I said, our quality management system must not be operated in vacuum. Okay, it must not be operated in silos. So everyone must be interconnected. Communication, consultations, and participation of all people within the organization must be planned and must be done accordingly. Process approach, I think I've discussed it. I've shared with you a lot of things about process approach. Improvement as well. Okay, so when you say improvement, we're talking about continual. Okay, continual. It used to be continuous, but then again, it's when you say continuous, it's a little bit overwhelming, because when you say continuous, it means it doesn't stop. Okay, so hence, the principle of continual, there are some leeway there, at least, it's continual. It can be start, stop. Okay, so it's acceptable in ISO to have a continual improvement. Okay, so short stop. So that's the principle there. So we need to ensure, and then of course, evidence-based thinking. So in ISO, or not only in ISO but even in our organizations, it's always been a principle of decision-based, thinking. It means, you need to analyze. You should have a data. You should have information. Uh, you should have something that will verify, okay, your decision-making process. Okay, because if you don't have a data, as they say, you only have, you only have an opinion. Okay, so in ISO, in management system, everything must be based on data. So that's why your processes, your records, the results of your projects, or something like that, whatever it may be, they're always documented, because at the end of the day, you need to get back on those documents as part of your decision-based making process. Relationship management. When we say relationship management, we're talking about your interested parties. Okay, IP, or your stakeholders. Who are the stakeholders? Correct. Uh, I think, okay, for example, company, in the Philippines. Okay, one of your key stakeholders is actually your direct customers. Correct. So you need to build a good relationship with them. Okay, you need them more than they need you. Okay, so it's very important. Okay, relationship management is addressed within the organization. I'm not only talking about client. It could be employees within your organization. They are also interested parties because they have interest in your company. It could be the owner of the company, or the board of directors, or the suppliers. They are all interested parties. So at the end of the day, uh, we need to build a good relationship with them, because our quality, okay, can be affected by them. Okay, I think we're going to start now on the requirement of the standards. Okay, just for few verbal forms. Okay, so within the requirement of the standard, whenever we see the word shall, so it means it's obligatory. It means mandatory. Okay, should, it's actually, it indicates a recommendation. May, it indicates a permission. Then can, indicates a possibility or capability. Okay. Actually, we have an assessment, guys. I don't want to surprise you. Okay, so we have a short assessment, because at the end of this webinar, I think you have like 10 numbers assessment. I think it's the same assessment, as what we have right now. Okay. A quick assessment. So the quality management system is best defined by A, policies, processes or procedures; B, training and development; C, risk and opportunities; D, project management. So obviously I'm going to answer it because most of you are mute. Okay, so quality management system is actually best defined by policies, procedures, and processes. The word ISO stands for, yep, International Standardization. Okay. International Organization for Standardization. C, International System for Organization. D, International Organization for Standardization. So it's actually
D.
correct. It's actually D. Okay. And then ISO 9001 2015 is a standard for occupational health and
C.
correct. Yeah, it's actually C. This is actually a standard for quality management system. Okay. And of course, the following is are the purpose of quality management system. Obviously, these are all okay. So all of the above. So these are the purpose of quality management system. All right. And then is the word shall in ISO 9001:15 standard indicated a recommendation? So obviously it indicates a requirement. So false, correct?
This is me. Should.
Uh, right. There are some feedback over there. Yeah. Okay. Number six. Process is a set of interrelated or interacting activities that uses input. Yes, it's actually true. Okay. Please take note of these six assessment questionnaires, guys. So it's the same. Just take note of. Okay. So this is actually the okay the main content of this training. So the structure. So this is actually the sections of the standards. Okay. So the structure you may call it sections. You may call it clauses. Okay. So there are actually 10 clauses, but we're going to focus, from clauses 4 to 10. Clause 4 is actually context of the organization. Okay? Ano yung konteksto? So pag-uusapan natin to. And then yung leadership and workers participation. Number 6, planning. And then number 7 is actually support. What is support? And number 8 is actually operations. Number 9 is actually performance evaluation. And number 10 is actually improvement. Yep. Context, as I said, we're going to dive deeper on clause number 4 to clause number 10. Okay, so that is context of the organization until improvement. Okay, and the context of the organization is actually split. Okay, it's actually composed of 3 subsections. Okay, this is a little bit heavy sections because I hope you guys are still listening. Okay, I want to get your attention on this one. Otherwise, it will be hard for you to understand. Okay, the next sections. Okay, I'll do my level best. Okay, for you to understand. Okay, and simplify this one. Context of the organization. So it means we need to understand 3 things there. Okay, first we need to understand the organization and its context. I'll take one company, for example, a construction company. A construction company, okay, construction company A, for example, uh, for that company to get certified from ISO 9001 2015, he needs to understand, the context of its organization, its context, okay? So, and then when understanding the context of the organization, so there's a lot of things that we need to identify, okay? Wait, it's hanging. I need to show you. Excuse me. Yeah. Okay, context of the organization. This is actually internal and external issues that affect your organization, okay, to achieve its intended result. Going back to construction industry, what are the key issues that any construction company might encounter throughout their operations? So we need to determine, you see the requirement of the standard shall, okay, it's obligatory, as I said. You've got to demonstrate that you determine, okay, the external and internal issues within your organization. In that example, construction company, okay, determine. So it means you need to identify those internal and external issues. Okay. After you have identified those internal and external issues, you need to monitor and review those information. So in short, uh, we need to conduct regular review to evaluate, review to update, because obviously uh, internal and external issues are dynamic. Okay, so they are not written in stone. So we can always update it. Okay, so that's the idea there. So there are two requirements here. It means we need to determine and we need to monitor the requirement of those internal and external issues. Mr. Gani, so what are those internal and external issues? As I said, something that affects, something that hinders your organization to achieve its intended outcome. Okay, could be in terms of legal exposure. Okay, correct. Again, going back to RA 92. Uh, RA 9292, one of the sections there, you know, the requirement for the stamp for PECE. It's only the professional electronics engineer, licensed professional electronics engineers ang pwede lang mag-stamp, pumirma sa mga specifications, sa mga drawings. So, if you are into consultancy and obviously these internal issues, these issues could be applicable to you, especially if you don't have a professional electronics engineer, correct? So you might be exposed to legal consequences. Okay, so that is example of external issues that you need to consider in your organization. So you need to define, you need to determine those requirements. So it's always a good business practice to document, you know, to write those contexts of the organization. And then of course, you know, uh, technological, there might be some changes, correct? Especially in technology. Live business technology is constantly changing, you know, dynamically. So especially in technology, there might be some changes that you need to ensure if you're supplying, for example, key assets or equipment to government, you need to ensure that you know, the software, you know, the hardware are actually updated. Otherwise, kung nabili mo na yung equipment na yon, dumating na dito pero hindi siya updated, then you might be at risk, correct? That is one of the things that we need to consider when we identify the external context. And then of course, you know, the competition. This is your competition with your competitors in the marketplace. So right now, because of stringent competition in the marketplace, many companies have started to have a joint ventures, you know, to reduce the cost, to streamline the processes. These are the things that we might need to consider when we define or when we determine the internal external issues. Political is another issue. Okay, the political landscape. It's another issue that we felt could not affect us, but it could really affect us, you know, as an organization. Like in Qatar, a few years ago, there was, you know, there was an embargo. I think everyone knows about it. Embargo that was proposed or set by Egypt, Saudi, and UAE against Qatar. Okay, so you know, the blockade. So it's actually a political issue, but it affected a number of companies. Okay, so why? Because there are companies, you know, they have a supply chain in Saudi, they have a supply chain in UAE, they have a supply chain in Egypt. But because of the blockade, obviously they can, you know, hindi na sila pwedeng ano, they cannot be hindi na sila pwedeng kumuha ng mga raw materials doon or mga equipment. It means they have to settle in Europe or in the US. So obviously when we say Europe or US, so it involves, you know, a lot of, you know, logistic costs. So those are the things that we might need to consider, the political landscape. I remember like a few years ago when President Donald Trump, okay, came into power. So in China, because he set, if you remember, uh, I think 25% of taxes. He imposed like a 25% taxes against certain Chinese companies. You know, imagine if you are working on those Chinese companies. you are indeed affected because perhaps the worst thing magsasara yung company mo kasi yung embargo pina-implement. So that was a political issues that could actually affect any organizations of any type. So it means you may want to consider the political landscape as well. And then of course the market. Okay? When you say market, pwedeng sabihin natin dito yung uh, uh, yung inflation rate. Inflation rate natin, yung pagtaas nung uh, pagbaba nung purchasing power nung peso against dollar. So obviously, malaking epekto nun sa isang organization if we have a certain inflation rate in the Philippines or in Qatar, or if you have a fluctuation rate in your country. So obviously it affects you, okay, when buying things and equipment outside. And then of course, cultural, social, and economic environment. So these are the things that we might want to consider when identifying the internal external issues within our organization. And then of course, don't forget about the internal. So internal could be the training, could be the competency, could be the decision making process within your organization. Baka yung mga managers nyo mabagal mag-decide. So it's too late, para halimbawa may mga bagong projects, late na silang mag-decide. So obviously it will affect, your organization. In terms of training and competence, so obviously you need competent personnel within your organization to deliver the goods, to deliver what is required by the client. So there might be some issues within competency level. And then of course, the performance of the organization. Can you meet your key performance indicators or objectives? So what hinder you? So those things that hinder you in achieving your key performance indicators. So those are the issues that you may want to consider within your management system to understand the context of your organization. In short, the output document in 4.1 is actually a list of internal and external issues concerning your organization. Okay? So context, as I said, yep, it's something that influence your objectives, your purpose. 4.2, uh, understanding the needs and expectations of interested parties. I touch it a little bit. The interested parties, it could be your main customers, it could be your suppliers, it could be the owner of the company, it could be the public, especially if you're working on the right of way. Kung construction ka, mga interested parties mo could be public din. Kasi dinidisturbo mo sila. Minsan nagkakaroon ka ng mga road closures and rerouting. So they are interested parties because they can always complain you, okay? Especially if you don't have appropriate traffic diversion plan in your projects, if your projects are not properly fenced. So we need to identify, we need to understand the needs and expectations of those interested parties, okay? So why we need to understand the needs of interested parties? Because if we fail to understand the needs of interested parties, so obviously it's a risk, correct? One of the needs of your client is actually uh, to have delivery on time. Okay, one of your key customers requires you to deliver the project on time, so they are very particular about the delivery on time. What if you fail to deliver? Because that is their needs and expectations. So if you fail to deliver their needs and expectation, obviously you're creating a risk. So this is exactly what we're going to discuss in next chapter. Okay, chapter number 6. Because chapter number 6 is actually related to chapter number 4. Okay, it's actually happening. Okay, as I said, we shall, it means it's obligatory. We need to identify who are the interested parties relevant to our organization. It could be relevant to your projects, okay? And then what are the requirements of those interested parties? Another requirement is that we need to monitor. It means, guys, we need to review. We need to review those informations after we have identified them. We need to review them in a regular basis. How often, Mr. Gani? The standard does not tell us how often. We need to review those requirements. So it's up to the organization to define how often they're going to review this particular requirement. It could be every 6 months, every year, every 2 years. So it's up to you. You need to define it within your procedure. Okay. I took this one. This is actually Maslow's hierarchy of needs. Okay, this is actually for us, human being. Actually, we have basic needs. Okay, our basic needs is actually physiological needs. So these are water, these are food, the rest. Okay, and then of course we have safety needs as well. So this is the same analogy as your interested parties. So they have a lot of needs. As I said, there might be some implied needs. Okay, so there might be some needs that are explicitly mentioned in the contracts. But what matters most is that we need to identify. We need to determine those needs and expectations. Okay, just give me the key. Excuse me. Yeah. Excuse me, guys. Yeah. Okay. So that was 4.2, the needs and expectations of interested parties. Okay, so these are example of internally interested parties, your workers, your unions. Okay, here in Qatar we don't have unions. Okay, but in the Philippines we have a lot of unions. Top management, board of directors, contractors. Okay, external. Okay, could be your consumers, regulators. Okay, regulators it means uh, legislators. It means those that prepares laws and statutes. Media stakeholders. Okay, name it. So they are your stakeholders. So you need to define them. Okay. So scope is actually the boundary. Okay. So we're done with 4.1 and 4.2, and we talk about the expected documents. Okay, that we can prepare on 4.1 and 4.2. 4.3, this is actually scope. When you talk about the scope, this is actually the boundary of your management system. Are you doing design and development or supply of equipment and devices? So these are example of scope. You need to determine your scope. This is your boundary. Okay, you need to integrate your scope. Okay, so in doing the scope management, okay, in determining your scope, you need to consider the external and internal issues that we discussed on 4.1. We need to identify or determine the relevant requirements of interested parties. So it means 4.1 and 4.2 are interconnected when defining the requirements of the management system. And then of course your product, as I said, uh, do you do design, maintenance, operations, or are you into manufacturing or service? So you need to define your scope. So this is one of the key document that is required to be documented under 4.3. Your scope. Your scope, okay, shall be available. So it means it's mandatory that your scope is documented and maintained as documented information. I'm going to show you example of, so this is example of scope. Okay, any organization has this has their defined work scope. Could be design, systems integration, installation. So that's why again, if you go back to your respective companies after this webinar, I think your companies defined scope are actually posted, okay, on your notice board or perhaps on each offices, okay, because we need to communicate. Aside from documenting it, we need to ensure that your scope are understood, okay, by your personnel, okay. And then processes, okay, so when we say processes, this is actually the holistic processes, that we're going to discuss from 4.1 to 4.2. Okay, so it says here that we need to establish. When we say establish, it means you need to prepare. We need to implement. It means you need to execute. And then, of course, you need to maintain, and then you need to continually improve your management system by, defining the overall processes. Okay, defining the criteria, the methods, the controls, and then, of course, the resources needed, to mobilize your processes. And then of course the responsibilities and authorities. So this is very important. Who does what? Okay. Responsibilities, authorities. Okay, authorities are more of accountabilities, correct? when we say accountabilities, he is actually the owner. He's actually the owner for the results that have been produced. Correct. So normally this is the senior management. Responsibilities. This is our responsibilities as an engineer or perhaps as a supervisor or manager. So we need to ensure this is assigned within the organization. So that's why in any organization they have a job description. It's a way to assign duties and responsibilities. They have organizational chart. They have they call it here organogram. Okay, so that's why we have we have those things in our organization because we are required as per ISO to determine those requirements. And then of course risks and opportunities. This is actually a topic that we're going to discuss in chapter 6. So this is highly critical, especially you guys working on project management. Okay, so it's a good topic to discuss risk and opportunities, and of course the changes. Okay, so we need to ensure changes are evaluated and changes are controlled within our projects and within our organizations. And then of course we need to improve the process. It's always been a continual improvement. Okay, we need to maintain, as I said, when you see the word maintain documented information and retain documented information, so this is actually documents. Okay, so I don't know how how ISO arrived with this one. Okay, because it used to be document. It used to be document in the old version of the standard. Okay, but right now on the new version, okay, whenever you see the word maintain documented information, it means it's a document. But what is document? Correct. Document is subject to change, correct? So anything that is subject to change. For example, your procedure can change anytime. Your method statement, correct? So anything that can be changes, this is actually considered document. And then of course, retain documented information. These are records. So these are historical data, records. So it means they are not subject to change. Okay, like for example, your as-built drawing, your approved your passport is actually a document because it's meant to be updated. Your approved purchase order, it's actually a records. Anything that do not need to be changed are classified as records. Okay, so these are the things. Yeah. So as I said, whenever you see the word documented information, so it means uh, document and retain documented information. So it means record. So it means historical data. Okay. So that was clause number 4. Okay. Context of the organization. So let's get started with the assessment. So these are the internal and external issues which influence the organization's purpose, objectives, and sustainability. A, policy. B, risk-based thinking. C, context of the organization. D, quality objectives. So what's the correct answer, guys? Hello? Are you still are you still up, guys? Okay. It's actually the context of the organization. Okay. It's actually the internal and external issues. Supplier can be considered as an interested parties. Yes or no? Obviously, yes. It's true. Supplier is one of your
You know, my exam.
yeah. Okay. So we'll go with clause number 5. So this is actually leadership. Okay. As I said, leadership could be could be anybody within your organization. Okay, not only the managers or not only the managers or the senior management in your organization. Wait. Okay. First, leadership is actually split. Okay, clause number 5 is actually split into sorry, it's actually split into 3 sub clauses or sub elements. 5.1 is actually leadership and commitment. 5.2 is actually the policy that we covered earlier. 5.3, this is actually organizational roles and responsibilities and authorities. We'll go with leadership and commitment. Okay. Uh, Top management shall. Okay. Again, it's mandatory requirement. As a top management, we need to demonstrate our leadership and commitment with respect to our quality management system. But how do we do it? Okay. So demonstrating leadership and commitment in terms of your quality management system can be done by taking responsibilities, for the effectiveness. So it means senior managers, senior management is accountable, for the results being produced. At the end of the day, they will be held accountable or held liable, okay, for the effectiveness of the management system. And then, of course, they need to ensure policy and objectives are established. So it means they don't do it directly because the job is actually to ensure. Okay, it means they could always delegate this one, okay, to their direct reports or subordinates. Okay, but at the end of the day, policy is being signed by the senior management. Quality objectives are being signed as well by the senior management, so they are fully accountable. Okay, for quality policies and quality objectives. And then, of course, we need to integrate uh, our management system into business processes. Okay. Uh, I've seen a lot of organization. Okay. I've audited a lot of organizations. So I can say that this is one of the cracks in the wall that any organization might fall into. I mean, the implementations of quality management system. Yes, they are certified with ISO 9001. They are certified with health and safety management system. They are certified with business continuity management system. They are certified with risk management. But they failed to integrate, okay? They failed to integrate the requirements of their management system into business processes. Okay, so what does it mean? So it means their ISO management system is working separately with their business processes. For example, projects. Okay, so in their projects, the requirement as specified on ISO, especially for example design, in ISO there are some design requirements, that we need to adhere, that we need to comply. But if you check their design requirements, it's totally okay. It does not follow, the requirement of the standards. Again, it's like they have a management system, just to have a management system, just to perhaps to just impress. Okay, so it's only a face value, okay, to impress only their interested parties. But at the end of the day, it's not actually being implemented to produce, okay, the necessary results that is expected of them. The customer satisfactions, the continual improvement, the addressing of risk and opportunities, and things like that. And then, of course, promoting the use of process-based approach and risk-based thinking. We discussed about process-based approach. This is actually the
Chris Johnny,
interconnection.
sorry to
Yep.
cut you. Pa-clear lang po nung annotate sa may mga writings pa na pen sa iyong
Oh,
presentation. Paki-clear all
sige,
lang.
sige, sir.
Thank you. Thank you. Sorry. Thank you.
Okay. Okay. I think I'll do it later. Weekends. Yeah.
Marami
Thank you
kasing
for calling
na
me.
lines. May mga nagme-message din sa chat box natin.
Okay.
May eraser
I'll
yata
try
dyan
to,
na
yep. I'll try to do it. Okay. Thank you for calling me on that. Wait, if I go with, okay, next presentation. Yeah, but ganun. Govgens, can we request for 5 minutes?
you can unshare and reshare na lang. Baka sakaling mabura nun.
Yeah, because I need
Sure.
to go. Yeah, guys, I believe we need to take 5 minutes. I just need to have a break for 5 minutes. Okay. I'll need to fix this one, and then let's get started by 3:30 or 8:30 there over there. Yeah. Okay. Wait. Yeah. Yeah.
So good evening, everyone. I would just like to, while we still have some issues over our speaker, let me take this opportunity to acknowledge these certain persons who gave their time in joining us in our webinar. So first of all, let us acknowledge Chairman Dr. Arnal L. Detalia, Board of ECE, as well as Sir Engineer Enrico Del Moro, also to Engineer Joel B. Bahador, ISEP National Secretary General Dr. Lori Liza D. Bulayog, Engineer Ornan Vicente, another Board of Director, Engineer Lyle Anthony Joel G. Villas. We also have the founding governor of ISEP Qatar, Engineer Jenard Aller, the governor of ISEP Soxargen, Engineer Tanya Osorio, the governor of ISEP Oman, Engineer Jimmy Santos, the former governor of ISEP Bahrain, Engineer Edwin Gonzalez. Ayan po, thank you very much for sharing your precious time with us in our webinar. So, meron pa po of course, hindi po mawawala ang ating President ng ISEP National, Dr. Michelle Lawas. Ayan po. So, if ever I have missed to mention other representatives or the officers, all of the chapter governors, if ever meron pa akong hindi na banggit, and also the officers of other ISEP chapters. Yeah, thank you very much.
We also have VP Internal, Jesse Di Toro Jr.
I see, Sir Jess, good evening po. Yes, from
Good
National.
evening po.
Yeah, good evening, good evening. Good evening, everyone.
So, ayan po. Are we okay from the side of our resource speaker? Ayan. So, we still have 2 minutes. So, if you have questions po sa ating mga participants, kindly type your questions in our chat box, and then we'll be directing it to our resource speaker later on after his talk so that he can address your questions. Paki-type lang po again sa chat box so we can note your questions if ever meron po. Ayan. Okay, and then afterwards po, yung survey link po natin and the post-webinar assessment will be posted later din po. And that is very important po for you to have your certificates. And that will be your proof of attendance, another proof of attendance for this webinar. Yan. Okay po. So far po, wala pa rin nag-chat sa chat
Okay.
box.
Okay. Engineer Mitch, I'm going to share.
Okay, our resource speaker is back. Engineer Isagani Valerio. Let us welcome Engineer Isagani Valerio for the continuation of his talk.
Yep. So
Okay,
where did this stop? Okay. So I was talking about leadership and commitment. So 5.5.1, actually E. resources. Okay, so leadership has to provide the necessary resources needed for the implementation and maintenance of management system, and of course communicating the importance of effective quality management system. So there's a lot of responsibilities assigned to, excuse me, to top management in terms of leadership and commitment, in terms of quality management system. Okay, we'll go with customer focus. So top management is expected to demonstrate leadership and commitment with respect to customer focus. So we need to ensure that customer focus is discussed. Okay, it means it must be reviewed and discussed. You know, within your organization. So we need to identify what are the legal. Okay, what are the statutory requirements required by our interested parties. So we need to understand those requirements and to consistently meet, you know, those requirements. And then of course the risk and opportunities. So there's as I said, there's a separate section for this one. We need to identify what are the risk and opportunities relevant to our products and services, and we need to address those risks and opportunities. So first, we need to identify, we need to determine those risks and opportunities. And then, of course, we need to focus on enhancing our customer satisfaction. So one way of enhancing our customer satisfaction is actually to get a customer feedback, okay, and then identify what are the necessary improvements that we need to provide to our customers or to our interested parties. Policy, as I said, this is a statement of the senior management, okay, which talks about continual improvement and how to achieve the quality requirements of the product. So we need to ensure that our quality policy includes the context of the organization. So it means it must be mentioned in our quality policy, the context of the organization. Okay, so the internal and external issues that we covered on clause number 4. And then we need to provide a framework for setting quality objectives. So it means within your quality policy, you need to have a management arrangement. You know, you need to have a control. So those management arrangement and controls must be defined in your quality policy. So that includes the commitment, okay, to satisfy applicable requirement. Applicable requirement, as I said, this could be a legal requirement, this could be your customer requirements, internal requirements, or your stakeholders requirement. And then of course your commitment for continual improvement on the quality management system. So all of this must be reflected. If you go back to your respective company or respective project sites, you may want to check your policy, okay, and check whether your quality policy includes, you know, the framework and this commitment for continual improvement. So obviously, uh, these are present in your quality policy because these are the requirement. Of course, we need to communicate. Communicate is very important. Okay, again, you don't just sign your quality policy or senior management to sign your policy and then put it on the box folder, and then during the audit, okay, you post it. Okay, so it's always best to communicate the content of your policy so that you get the buy-in, you get the engagement of everyone to support your quality objectives or your quality aspirations, whatever it may be. Communicated, again, communication. I think this is common mistakes of everyone. Okay, communication is not actually enough that you receive, you know, the information. Okay, uh, what matters most is that you understand, you know, the content of the information. Okay, so we don't call it complete communication if you don't understand, what has been communicated to you. So we need to ensure that it's understood. Okay, whatever it's, whatever it is, it should be understood, especially for quality policy. So it should be understood by everyone. And then, of course, it should be available with relevant, it says here, relevant interested parties. So it means it's not absolute that your interested parties, all your interested parties, okay, can have an access on this one. So you may want to post your quality policy in your company's website or in your intranet, okay, as appropriate to communicate, okay, whenever your stakeholders requires you to provide a proof or objective evidence of your approved quality policy. Okay. Roles and responsibilities, this is what I said. Okay, any organization, they have a defined roles, responsibilities, and authorities. Okay, so the output document here is actually your job descriptions, your organizational chart. If you're working on a specific project, so obviously you have a project organizational chart. So the management is expected to ensure that the responsibilities are defined. Okay, because if responsibilities are not actually defined, this is one of the causes of miscommunication within the organization. Okay, so it's always best to have a job description and let the employee sign on his job descriptions. Okay, so that's the idea there. Yeah. So ensuring processes. So I think these are uh, clashings with other sub clauses, that I have discussed earlier. So I'm not going to repeat it. Okay. So assessment, there are internal. Okay. So these are internal external issues. Okay. I think it's repeated. Okay. So internal external issues. So this is actually the context of the organization. Suppliers can be okay. I think this is repeated as well. Suppliers. Okay. Suppliers actually uninterested parties, yes. So they are stakeholders as well. So true. Okay, planning. Okay, give me a few seconds to catch my breath. uh, Planning. This is actually important. Okay. I think most of you guys are aware what is planning. Planning is composed of three sub clauses. Okay. Number one is actually to address risk and opportunities, and quality objectives. It means we need to uh, identify our quality objectives and the ways on how to achieve them. And then, of course, the planning of changes. Actions to address risk and opportunities. Organizations shall, again, it's a requirement. It's a requirement that organization considers the risk and opportunities within their management system. Shall, okay? So your output document here is actually a risk register. Okay, some companies they have a risk log, so defining all your uncertainties or risk. Or if you're working in a project, obviously you have a project risks. Okay, so you may want to document those key risks that affect your project. Okay, so in defining the risks, okay, so there are certain requirements here. It means 4.1. 4.1 is actually the context of the organization that we discussed. 4.2, this is actually the needs and expectations. So it means they are actually interconnected. Okay, so in defining your risks and opportunities, you need to identify, or you need to refer back to 4.1, which is actually the context of your organization, or those internal and external issues that hinder you to achieve your desired results. This could be your objective, this could be your project objectives, this could be your financial objectives. Okay, so things like that. And then, of course, it's interconnected as well with 4.2, which is actually the your interested parties. Okay, so you've got to consider these two aspects, okay, in defining your risks and opportunities. Okay, so this gives way to provides assurance that your quality management system achieves its intended results. And then, of course, by defining your risk and opportunities, it's a way to enhance your results. Okay, results, as I said, could be anything within your organization, anything that you aspire within your organization, your visions, okay, your missions, your objectives. And then, of course, it's a way to prevent or reduce undesired effects. Okay, I think this is what we're trying to prevent. You know, the undesired effects could be in terms of customer complaints, could be in terms of waste. So those are bad things that will not help your organization, okay, to improve in terms of quality. And then, of course, you know, to achieve improvement. Okay, so we need to identify risks and opportunities. Okay, and then integrate them in our quality management process and evaluate the effectiveness of those actions. When we say evaluate the effectiveness, it means we need to review. Okay, we need to review the controls. I think I have some slides that I can show you later on this one. Okay, risks. It's actually the effect of uncertainty on expected results. This includes positive risks or negative risk. Positive risk, this is actually opportunities, and negative risk, this is actually threats. It's always a combination of probability and consequences, or combination of likelihood, probability or likelihood, yeah, or odds. Okay, what's the probability? And then your consequences, this is actually your severity, the effect. Okay, what would be the effect? Okay, so in short, risk is actually uncertainties that matters. Okay, because not not all uncertainties matter. Correct. So as an organization, we need to identify only those uncertainties that matters to your project, that matters to your organization. Correct. We don't care whether it will rain tomorrow in Singapore. Okay, because we're here in Qatar. You guys are there in the Philippines. Okay, your project sites are actually here in Qatar. Your project sites are actually there in the Philippines. Okay, but then again, rains is actually uncertainties. Okay, in terms of health and safety. But of course, we don't care about it because that uncertainty does not matter to us. Okay, so hence the principle is always we need to identify what are the key uncertainties that matters, okay, to our operations, and then address those uncertainties. There could be hundreds, there could be thousands of uncertainties relevant to your project, relevant to your organization. So we need to identify them. So uncertainties could be management uncertainties, could be technical uncertainties if you're working on a certain project, could be commercial uncertainties, like for example contracts. So what are the risks relevant to your contracts? Are you exposed to contractual issues because you fail to meet the requirements of your customers? Are you exposed to legal consequences because you fail to meet the legal requirements of the contract? So things like that. So we need to ensure those are documented in our risk assessment. Of course, opportunities, we maximize them. Okay, we always maximize opportunities. You know, we exploit opportunities. You know, especially the benefits of opportunities. So this is exactly opposite of threats. For threats, we would like to remove. Okay, if we have enough resources to eliminate the threats, then uh, by all means we need to do it. Okay, but if we don't have the required resources, okay, so there are a number of options on how to address the risk. Okay, I'm going to discuss some of the key terms in terms of risk management. Okay, risk management, this is actually activities to direct and control an organization with regard to risk. We talk about risk, uncertainties that matters to our organization. Stakeholder, we talk about stakeholder as interested parties, okay, who can be affected or be affected by the decisions or activities within our organization. Event, okay, so risk is always a future event. Okay, it's not a problem, it's not an issue. Okay, so it means this is potential event that has not happened yet. Okay, unlike with problems and issues, the issues have happened already. So we need to rectify it. Unlike risk, these are potential. So these are forward looking event. Okay, so we need to ensure those uncertainties in the future are defined right now so that it won't affect us later on. As I said, yes, it's always a combination of likelihood and consequence. I took this one from Risk Management Standard ISO. I think you can Google this one, ISO uh, 31001. So this is actually a management standard for risks management system. Okay, so there are actually steps there. Okay, that we may want to follow when identifying the risks and opportunities within our organization. So I'm going to have a quick overview on this one, especially so that those those guys who are involved in project management will be aware about it. Okay, or will be refreshed about this one. Okay, so there are 5 steps. First, we need to identify. We need to determine. As I said, key risk. The significant risk that matter to our organizations or that matters to our project, and then of course the risk analysis. Okay, so risk analysis is identifying the consequences. What will be the consequences? Okay, if I fail to deliver the raw materials on time, or I place an order, for example, for one of my project, and my supplier is actually located in Europe, correct? So I might be facing a lot of uncertainties there, especially now with the advent with COVID-19, that we've been experiencing since early last year. So if my raw materials will come from Europe, so perhaps one of my risk could be the delay on the arrival of materials. Okay, so that could be one of my risk. So what would be the probability? What will be the odds? Okay, that your materials coming from Europe will get delayed. Is it high? Is it low? Is it medium? Okay, so we need to analyze those kind of parameters. And then once your equipment gets delayed, okay, what will be the effect? Okay, effect in terms of your project, effects in terms of your interested parties. So we need to define those kind of effects. So those kind of things are actually included in risks analysis. And then evaluation, this is actually comparing the results of your risk analysis with established risk. Okay, perhaps you have some lessons learned from your previous projects of the same type. You can always refer back to that particular risks lag. Okay, to compare the results. Okay, because at the end of the day, you need to evaluate the probability. You need to evaluate the consequences if that risk will happen or will materialize. And then of course, we have to treat. We have to provide improvement plans. Okay, we have to mitigate. We have to provide response plans to ensure risk is actually mitigated, if not eliminated. Okay, so it's very important that step number 4 is done. And then, of course, we need to record and report. As I said, it's always a good business practice to document, okay, the results of our quality management system activities. I've taken this one from project management standard, or PMP. So these are some of the risks response strategies in terms of controlling the threats. Avoid. When you say avoid, you're trying to eliminate, or you're trying to eliminate the cause of the risk. Perhaps it could be a person, okay, bringing problems to you. Okay, that is actually elimination. Or perhaps it could be a work package, okay, that could not be delivered by your organization. Example, civil works. If you're not specialized in civil works, perhaps during the tender stage, you will declare civil works as excluded in your work scope. Okay, so that is the way of avoiding the risk. And then of course, mitigate. When you say mitigate, you try to understand your risk. You try to get the root cause. Okay, the root cause. What could be the root cause of that risk? Like for example, going back to delay of raw materials coming from Europe. Okay, so that is one of the risks that I may be facing, for example, on one of the project. So I need to analyze, uh, I need to analyze what could be the issue, what could go wrong, So in terms of man, in terms of manpower, in terms of equipment, in terms of perhaps measurement, in terms of devices, I need to understand what's the root cause, why the equipment coming from Europe will get delayed. Okay. Once you have identified the root cause of that delay, then you need to address the root cause of that one. So we call it mitigate. Okay. Addressing the root cause of your risk. You can always have reorganization or restructuring. So this is also called the mitigation, because that is part of implementation plan based on the root cause that you might probably identified during your root cause analysis. And then number three, this is actually transfer. You know, when we say transfer, this is actually more of insurance. We're being covered by insurance. Whether it's fire insurance, workman's compensation insurance. We have those kind of insurance because those are legal requirement. Okay. Apart from being legal requirement, those insurance will actually cover our backs. Will help us. During times of crisis. Okay. So that's why we need to ensure that if we're working on the projects, we need to ensure that the complete insurance, okay, are there, or we buy even performance bonds and warranties are there, okay, because it will protect us. Okay, so the principle is that we transfer the risk, okay, to another party, but at the end of the day, obviously we're not absolved. Okay, we're still accountable, okay, for the results of those risks. Okay, in terms of opportunities, as I said, the opportunities must be maximized. Opportunities must be uh, exploit, okay, especially the benefits, because this is the exact opposite of risk. Okay, it could be sharing. Okay, we might want to venture, we might want to have a partnership with another company or joint venture with another company, okay, to reduce the costs, to streamline the operations. And so many companies are doing this one, especially here in Qatar, uh, to reduce their costs and to improve their bottom line. And then, of course, exploit. Exploit is actually the opposite of avoid. Okay, so instead of rejecting, okay, we're assigning more experience. We're selecting a competent guy to do a particular work package because he's highly experienced, he's highly competent to do the job. So we want to exploit him to do that particular defined work scope or activities. And then, of course, enhance. This is actually the opposite of mitigate. Okay, enhance, perhaps we do negotiations to our supplier earlier than planned. Okay, so that we can get better discounts. Okay, so these are some of the uh, risk response that we could actually implement for threats and for opportunities. In the principle of project management, I don't know whether you guys are implementing this one, the contingency reserve. Okay, normally in some companies, those who are implementing project management, they have a contingency reserve, and contingency reserve is actually meant for identified risk. Okay, identified key risk. Okay, from your project. So it means you need to allocate certain amount of money. Okay, for contingency, for your identified risk. There's another one, management. Okay, so we call it reserve, contingency reserve. Okay, so those who are project management professional, I think they are aware about it. Okay, another one is actually management reserve. Okay, when you say management reserve, you've got to allocate as well certain amount of money based on the amount of contracts that you have. Okay, so this is actually for to cover those risks that you have not identified or that you did not identify during your risks assessment process. Okay, so those unknown risk. Okay, in your project. So the principle is that you're always prepared. If you have the management reserve for your identified risk, if you have the if you have the contingency reserve for your management risk, and then the management reserve for your unidentified risk, so your project is always prepared. In case of in times of troubles. Okay, so it's better to have that kind of practice as well in your organization. I'm going to show you a quick risk register because the output of chapter number 6 or clause number 6 is actually the risk register. Okay, basically this came from my company. Okay, process. You need to identify what are the processes. You need to break down the processes. Going back to design that we covered earlier, what are the sub activities? Okay, within the design processes. So you've got to broken down those activities into sub activities. Okay, for you to define the risk. Okay, from each activity, you define the risk. Okay, you identify whether the risk is actually internal issues. We discussed about context of the organization, the internal external issues. This is where you guys are going to use the context of the organization. Is it internal issues relevant to your organization, or is it external issues? So you've got to mention it here. And then what are the existing controls that you have right now, okay, within your organization? Could be that you have a management reserve, you have a contingency reserve, you have the safe systems of work, you have the documents, you have the procedures, you have there's a lot of controls obviously, so you need to define all those controls, okay, on this particular column. So who's the owner of that risk? So you need to define as well, the owner. Okay, and then of course we discuss about the probability, we discuss about the impact. I'm talking about the matrix, okay, because here I'm using a 5 by 5 matrix. That's why I have 1 to 5. Again, guys, it's up to your organizations. I don't know what is the matrix that you guys are using in your organization. Okay, so maybe it's 3 by 3, 7 by 7, 10 by 10. Okay, so what I'm presenting right now is only the 5 by 5 matrix. Okay, and then of course you get the risk factor. Okay, so something like that, and then you select which ones are significant, which ones are, because they are not equally equal at the end of the day. As I said, they are not equally equal, so we just need to select those uncertainties that matter to our operations and to our organization. And then we need to allocate certain amount of resources. Okay, so in terms of opportunities, it's the same principle. We need to identify the processes. We've got to break down the processes into sub processes. Okay, and then benefits, you get the benefits. Okay, the higher the better as well. So this is the matrix that I'm talking about. Okay, you check once you go back to your respective organization, you may want to check your risks matrix procedure or your risk management procedure, or because each company has its own risk matrix procedure or risk management procedure. Okay, so these are the color coding system. If it's green, so it's within your control. Yellow, it means you need to provide mitigation measures. 16, it means you don't start your processes until you have taken the necessary risk mitigation measures, as what we discussed. Okay, from the previous slide. Quality objectives. Quality objectives and means to achieve them. Quality objectives, this could be your dashboard, this could be your key performance indicators on your project, or this could be a simple department objectives. Each organization is required to establish, okay, again, it's shall, okay, so it means before you get certified from the requirement of the standard, you've got to have a documented quality objectives at relevant functions and levels of your organization. As I said, uh, this could be set during prior to the start of fiscal year. In the Philippines, it's being done, prior to the start of fiscal year. They have like operations meeting or management meetings. Okay, so during that time, okay, senior managers and relevant personals are gathered, to discuss, the upcoming objectives for the next fiscal year. Okay, so that's basically the requirement of ISO. Okay, your objectives. Okay, basically, we need to ensure it's consistent with our quality policy. If your quality policy says that you're going to improve your products and services, so it means your quality objectives must be relevant to the improvements of the quality of your products and services. And then of course, it should be measurable. Okay, here we're talking about the SMART principle. SMART, it must be specific. Okay, specific. It could be project objectives. Uh, it could be commercial objectives, it could be financial objectives, whatever it may be. Okay, so it should be specific. And then measurable. Okay, something that can be measured. And then letter C, take into account applicable requirements. Okay, we talk about, the requirements in terms of your customer requirements, in terms of your company's internal requirements. So we need to consider those requirements whenever we set a particular key performance indicators or department objectives within our organization. And then, of course, it should conform. We discussed about conformity. Conformity means complying or adhering to the requirement of the standards. So here, conformity to the requirements of the product. Okay. So it means perhaps you may want to have a customer, you may want to have a target in terms of improving your customer satisfaction feedback. Okay. Like, for example, 90% to 95% customer feedback. So things like that. And then it must be monitored. So obviously, you need to ensure your objectives are tracked, reviewed, and monitored based on the defined frequency, because you need to define, the frequency of review. When will you, how often you will review your objectives? Okay, is it every month? Is it every year? Is it every? It must be defined within your management system. Okay, who does what? Who's responsible? Who's the owner? Okay, once you identify the gaps, okay, so what are the improvements? What are the improvement actions that you guys will take, to at least improve, the results of your objectives? So it means it's important to monitor. And then, as I said, communication is very important. Okay, we've got to communicate, okay, to get the buy-off of everyone within your department. If you're working in one department, or if you're involved within the company, you need to ensure it's communicated. Communication could be in terms of verbal, but there's a number of communication. Okay, as I said, notice board. You may want to post it on your notice boards. You may want to upload it in your website, or to upload it in your intranet, in your shared folder. So there's a lot of communications. There's a lot of ways on how we can communicate our objectives. Okay, regular meeting is another form of communicating your objectives. Okay, induction training, toolbox talk. So those are example of quick communications that we can always do. Okay, to ensure that our quality objectives, or to ensure that our workers, the mentality of our workers are aligned with our mentality. Okay, the same page as what we have. Okay. This could be a simple objectives, or this could be, high level objectives. Perhaps, ISEP, uh, perhaps you guys are planning to send a guy on the moon. Okay, so that's another objective. Okay, sending an electronic engineer on the moon. Obviously, that is uh, that is not achievable, obviously, because of the resources. But what I'm talking about is, objectives could be, long-term objectives, or it could be short-term objectives. Okay, as simple as improving your training. Like, for example, you have a training plan, okay, on quality, and you want to achieve 90% of the approved training plan. So that is actually example of your objective. Okay, so planning, yes, as I said, what will be done? Okay, so what are the programs, okay, to achieve? You have now your objectives. Okay, you've identified, okay, these are the key objectives that I need to have in my design process. I need to have 90%, okay, of my shop drawings to get approved, or to have like approved with comments stamp, okay, from the consultant. Okay, for example, if you have that kind of objective, you already have that kind of objective, what will be the programs, okay, to support, okay, that 95% for you to achieve, that 95% accuracy. Okay, once your drawings are reviewed by your consultant, or by your interested parties. So obviously, you have the programs, you have the ways, correct? Maybe you need to assign the uh, a professional designers, okay, an AutoCAD guys, something like that. So you need to document what are the things that you need to do to achieve that 95% objectives. Resources, as I said, what are the resources? Okay, what are the infrastructures? Okay, what are the equipments? What are the trainings that might be needed, internal, external, for you to achieve that one? Perhaps you need to send your design engineers outside to understand the fundamentals of, for example, if you're talking about hardware, perhaps yes, he needs to attend training on hardware. Okay, so training is another resources that you might need to consider as well. And then responsible, who will be responsible? Is it the engineer? Is it the project manager? So we need to write the names, not only the position, but we need to write the names. Okay, engineer Kensley, engineer Adonis. So it's not the position, but the name. So we need to be very specific here. Okay, so assigning responsibilities. When it will be completed, again, as I said, this could be a long-term plan, 15 years, 10 years, or good for 6 months, okay? There has to be a duration, okay? So it has to be identified in your document. How the results will be evaluated. Will there be a regular review within your department to review the results? Will there be a management review? There will be operations review, something like that. Will there be a review within your processes, or is review includes your workers as well? So those kind of arrangement, okay, can be included. So these are example of objectives and targets that you might want to consider. So I have chosen some of the objectives, for quality. So these are not exhaustive lists, okay? Maybe your company, your companies right now are having good objectives, than this one. Customer feedbacks, okay, for health and safety, maybe accidents, water for environment, water reductions, HSE observations, compliance with legal, closures of observations, number of near misses, trainings, something like resolutions. If you're working in operations and maintenance, if you're working on projects, perhaps approval rate, for your design, okay, or for your inspection, the RFI, okay, you're aiming for 85%, okay, within the next 1 year. And then the rate of completion of work order, and then the response and the resolutions time for contracts associated with operations and maintenance. So you have a lot of choices in terms of objectives and key performance indicators. So this is, you can see a sample of objectives, okay? I've taken two samples, okay? Customer feedback, okay, so this is the objective. So what's the target? So the target is actually 4.8. What's the baseline? Okay. So baseline is actually the previous performance. Obviously, you want to improve, from the previous baseline for performance, because your objective, as I said, should be continual. You set your objective, you attain your objective, you set again another objective, and then work towards, okay, achieving that particular objective. Time limit, how long? Is it 2 years, 6 months? Monitoring frequency, okay. How often are you going to monitor the results? Okay, is it monthly? So it's up to you to define. So what are the programs, means of achieving, okay, provisions of resources and things like that. And then of course, the responsible personnel, okay. I did not write the name, I just write the positions, but it's always a good business practice to write the names of the persons responsible for a given objective. Another objective is actually to maintain first time approval of RFI. Okay, so these are the example again, okay, 80%. So the last clause under section number 6 is actually planning. Okay, so we need to ensure that changes within our organizations are actually controlled. Changes in terms of perhaps personnel. Example, your GM has been resigned, so you need to ensure those changes are actually documented in your management system. If you have a changes in your key equipment and machineries, you need to ensure those are documented within your management system. If you have changes in your processes, okay, for example, you used to do design and development only, or you used to involve on project management only, but right now your management have decided to embark on operations and maintenance. Okay, so if operation and maintenance is actually a new processes, we need to ensure those new processes are actually documented within our management system. And of course, the availability of resources, and then the allocations of responsibilities. Assessment for section number 6. So I need to things to be considered by organization when planning to achieve its objectives. So what are the things that we need to consider? Yeah. Hello? Meron po nagsasalita? Nagtatanong po?
Wala po, sir. Na-unmute lang siguro yon.
Okay. Yeah. As I was saying, things to be considered by the organization when planning to achieve its objectives. Okay, so what are the things that we need to consider? So the ways, the programs, the resources. So all of these are required, all of the above are required to be considered when planning to achieve our objectives. Okay? So that was clause number 6. I hope you're still up, guys. Excuse me. Uh, okay. Support. When you say support, support is actually composed of, the resources. I mean, what are the supports that you need, for you to implement clause number 4, clause number 5, clause number 8, clause number 6. So obviously you need resources, but you don't only need resources, you need to ensure that your resources are actually competent. Okay, that's why under 7.2 we have competency, we have trainings. And then of course we have awareness. Everyone should be aware on the quality policy or the quality vision of the organization, so that we're on the same page. And then of course we should have communication arrangement as well, proper communication arrangement within the organization. It could be internal or external. So how do you communicate? Okay, how do you communicate your processes to your clients? Maybe in terms of email, maybe in terms of correspondence, maybe in terms of letters, correct? Maybe in terms of meeting. So those kind of arrangements must be defined in our management system. Documented information, these are the documents and records that we discussed earlier. Okay, so it means accordingly, you need to ensure documents are maintained and records are retained, especially for your operations and projects. Resources, I think I need to be very quick on resources. I've touched it a lot of times. Okay, so resources again could be people. Okay, infrastructures. Okay, your buildings. Okay, your facilities, your offices, your labor camp. You need to ensure you have those kind of things. Your transportations, your communications, your walkie-talkie, your cell phone. So these are all kind of infrastructures. Your hardware, your softwares, tangible and intangible. We need to ensure these are determined. Okay, you see the word shall. It means it shall be determined and provided. So it means appropriate resources must be allocated for infrastructure. And then of course your ICT, your internet connection. So these are all resources, okay, that any organizations, okay, could need. And then of course environment for the operations of processes. When you say environment for the operations of processes, you're talking about the safety arrangement on the site. Okay, though we're not talking about occupational health and safety management system here, but ISO 9001 2015 includes some provisions of health and safety. Okay, like for example, discriminatory, calm, and confrontational. Confrontational. So here we're talking, about the hazards. Okay, hazard is anything that has the potential to cause harm. In terms of people, in terms of reputation, in terms of equipment. So what are the hazards? Okay, example, you have a project site. In one of your project sites, and you have some female or workers. How would you protect them from discrimination? How would you protect them from sexual harassment? Because sexual harassment is actually a psychological hazard. So we need to ensure this kind of arrangement are considered, okay, as part of our support. Psychological, I think this is the common uh, health hazards that we're experiencing right now, especially with COVID-19. Correct. In some other countries, I heard that in Thailand, in Japan, so maraming nagpapakamatay. So we need to ensure that we have the necessary controls. Okay, so these kind of hazards are defined in our management system, and then the relevant controls. So not only the physical, not only the safety hazards, but here I'm talking about the health. Most of the time, we've always forgotten, the health part. Okay, because we focus on the safety of the people. Okay, but did you know that most of the fatalities, okay, happen because of health hazards? Okay, so we need to ensure these are defined in our management system. Monitoring and measuring resources. Okay, so it used to be monitoring and measuring equipment. Okay, in the old version of the standard, but right now they've uh, modified this one to resources. Because when you say resources, you're not only talking about equipment, you're also talking about the operators who use the equipment. Okay, we need to ensure any operators, okay, using a specific equipment, we need to ensure they are trained. Okay, we need to ensure they are third party certified. For example, crane. If they're using crane or manlift, okay, as a legal requirement, we need to ensure that they hold a third party valid certificate. Okay, so that is the requirement there. So we need to ensure these are being maintained within the organization, and we need to ensure these equipment are fit for purpose. Okay, so that's why we need to have a regular calibrations of this equipment. Your equipment calibration is actually a requirement of the standard. Okay, so can you see this one, please? Measuring equipment. Okay, shall. So it means it's a mandatory requirement that your equipment. Here I'm talking about monitoring and measuring equipment. Measuring equipment. So any equipment that measures and monitors, okay, specific parameters. Example, your digital multimeter, So those kind of equipment must be calibrated against international standard or must be verified within your company. And then of course, they must be identified. It means the status must be identified. Once you have calibrated your equipment, uh, the equipment calibration sticker must be affixed on that equipment. Is it good or bad? Okay, not fit for use. So we need to ensure it's identified so that uh, it will not be used. Okay, it will not unintended, used by somebody. And then of course, safeguarded from adjustment of damage. So we're not supposed to adjust our equipment, okay, because we're not authorized to do that one. Only a third party certified calibration, company or houses can do that one. 7.1.6, this is actually the organizational knowledge. So in short, this is actually the lessons learned. Okay, you guys, most of you are, I would assume that most of you are involved in project management or even in sales and business development. So what are the lessons, that we have learned? Uh, for example, if we work in one project, so what are the successes? What are the failures of that project? So we need to ensure those lessons learned are captured within our management system, okay? Whether internal sources or external sources. So it means this can be part of our project records and documents that we can always refer back, okay, whenever we need to to refer, okay, on that particular document. So in short, the output document here, 7.2, is actually the calibration reports. Okay, here this is actually the lessons learned from your project. 7.2, it's all about trainings. Okay, trainings can be classified. Okay, there are a number of trainings, induction training, external training, internal training, refreshers training. So it's up to you to define, okay, what are the trainings necessary for your key personnels. Okay, when I say key personnels, these are the personnels, that work on your key processes. Okay, key processes, it means something that affect your quality, something that affect your delivery to your stakeholders. So we need to ensure they are competent on the basis of skills, education, training, and experience. Okay, and then of course we are required to retain. What's the reason why we have a training record, we have a training certificate? Okay, after this training, guys, obviously your training certificate will be issued by IECEP. Okay, once you have the training certificate, you normally put it correct in your folder, in your envelope, because you need to retain. Okay, you need to retain those documented information as evidence of your competence. Okay, I have attended the ISO training that was conducted by Mr. Gani. Okay, so what is the proof? I have the certificate. So this is applicable for all the trainings, okay, that you guys want to plan, okay, in your organization. Awareness, yep. Awareness, it means we should be aware about the policy. Again, we don't need to memorize our policy, but at least we should know it by heart, okay? So the way on how to ensure policy is understood by your workers is to include them in your induction training program, or perhaps you create a leaflets, okay, and then distribute it during your toolbox talks, or this could be part of your monthly toolbox talks or regular toolbox talks or safety briefings or quality briefings. And then of course everyone should be aware about the quality objectives, okay, because it will be hard for you to, I mean, your your subordinates or your support or direct reports must be aware about your quality objectives, not only you, okay, so that they can always support you on achieving those quality objectives, and they can work on how to contribute to the effectiveness of that quality management system. They should be also aware about the risks and implication of not conforming with the QMS requirement. If they fail to do this quality requirement, what would be the implication? So here we're talking about the risks, okay? Risk relevant to our workers, risk relevant to our direct reports. They should be aware about those kind of things, because at the end of the day, they are the one, they will be the one held liable, okay, if something bad happens. So we need them, okay, to understand, okay, those kind of non-conformity or the implications of those non-conformity by doing proper communication. Yeah, communication, as I said, it must be communicated. What are the things that we need to communicate? What are the things that we need to communicate within the department or within the company? Could be your objectives, could be your policy, could be the missions and visions, could be your key performance indicators, uh, could be the safety moments, could be the accidents if you have some accidents, anything that can be communicated. Okay, we need to communicate it to all relevant persons of our company. When to communicate, how often? Okay, is it in a daily basis, weekly basis? So you need to define it. With whom to communicate? Our interested parties or stakeholders. Okay, that includes your external stakeholders and internal stakeholders. So we need to define them. How to communicate? Through email, through website, through notice boards. Okay, so we need to define as well who to communicate, workers. So these are the things. Documented information, as I said, documented information is actually divided into two: documents and records. Okay, documents, they are not subject to change. They are subject to change. Okay, while records, they're not subject to change. Okay, so we need to ensure. So the standard says that the organization shall include documented information required by the international standard. Actually, there's a number of documented information required by ISO, you know, the ones that we're discussing right now. Okay. So the standard says that we need to include, that we need to ensure, okay, they are included in our management system. Another document is, you know, the document required or identified by our company necessary for our operations. Okay. Example, you know, you create a procedure for procurement. Procedure for procurement is not actually a requirement of the standard, but if you feel that you need a procedure for procurement or for purchasing or contract, you may want to have one. Okay, so that is example of documented information determined by the organization. Or perhaps you create a simple checklist, operations and maintenance checklist. So this is actually documented information that you need to maintain and retain. Or if you have like a checklist for project testing and commissioning. So this is another documented information that you could actually define within your management system, because the standard does not tell you, okay, what are those documented informations or checklists that you need to prepare. 7.5.2, creating and updating. So the organization shall ensure appropriate identification. So here, we're talking about, yeah, excuse me, guys, excuse me, I just need to I've got to make it quick. I have only 10 minutes. Okay. So as I said, for support, we need to ensure documents are identified. That's why in your documented informations, you have the reference number, you have the title, you have the dates, you have the revision. So this is actually under creation and updating. Okay. Okay. So we need to control them, as I said, suitable for use. Okay. How would you distribute your documented information? Do you have a document issue register? Okay, do you track, documented informations that you release from your project? So everything is actually covered under section 7.5. Okay, so assessment, documented information that needs to be retained is known as, this is actually document, okay? Documented information that needs to be retained is actually record. If it needs to be maintained, this is actually document. Okay, so operations, this is actually the most important part of this standard. Operations, this is actually getting things done. So you have the risk register, you have the objectives now, you have the documents. So you need to ensure, okay, so those documents are actually implemented in your design and development, okay, in your procurement process, in your product and service provision, and during the release of your products and services. So operational planning and control. So this is actually, the planning process. The output document here is actually your quality plan or your project management plan. Okay, so and then of course you may want to establish your necessary resources under this section. And then of course those documents that needs to be retained must be retained, and those that requires to be maintained must be maintained. Okay. Requirements for products and services. So this is actually the review of the requirements of your customers. So this could be in terms of inquiry, this could be in terms of tender. How would you communicate those requirements? How would you review? How do you review those requirements? If there are big requirements or not clear, how do you communicate it with your interested parties? So you've got to have a clear communication line with your interested parties. Okay. And then of course during communication you have to determine the product requirements, the legal and other requirements, and the customer requirements. You've got to review those requirements. Okay, it could be the review of your tender, the review of your quotations. Okay, so those are example of review requirement. Design and development, it's actually composed of uh, number of processes, but I'm going to make a quick overview only. So design and development, it's composed of plan. How do you plan your design and development? Okay, so it's the same as your program of works. You have a plan for your program of works. So in terms of your design and development, how do you plan it? Okay, who does what? In terms of design inputs, what are the inputs? What are the IFC drawings? What are the specifications? What are the contracts, okay, that you have received? So these are part of your design inputs. Design control, so these are the review. Okay, you review during the design phase. Okay, you validate, you verify. So these are example of control. So what are the outputs of your design? So the outputs of your design could be the final drawings, could be the final design, could be any final documents that you might need during your design phases. And then of course your design must be controlled. 8.4, this is actually procurement. Okay, it used to be procurement, but right now it's actually external provider. Okay, so it's include suppliers, outsourcing companies, and uh, and your subcontractors. So the key idea is that we need to ensure they are evaluated, they are selected accordingly. That's why we always do the pre-qualification process for them, so that we can select, the best suppliers for our company or for our project. So the standard requires us, to determine the criteria to evaluate and select, the suppliers. And then of course we need to ensure the supplier performance are reviewed in a regular basis. Okay, I think type of controls. Okay, so review information. Obviously you have the informations of your suppliers. You've got to ensure you get those informations. You need to ensure suppliers are competent as well. Okay, not only your workers but your suppliers competent in terms of training, experience. Okay. 5 is actually the implementation now. Okay, you need to ensure your available method statements, your operations and maintenance plan, project management plans, resources are in place. So this will fall under section 8.5. Of course, your infrastructure, your competent person, and the testing and commissioning, and that might be needed. Traceability. So these are the traceability. Okay, so this is highly applicable for your store or warehouse. The traceable. It could be a simple part number. Okay, so you should have that one. Customer properties. So these are the properties belonging to your customer. You need to ensure they are protected. So if they are defective, you need to ensure they are being reported to your customers. So this could be infrastructures, equipment, data, drawings, anything that they have provided with you in the course of your operations or drawing. Preservations, this is related to warehouse as well. We need to preserve our raw materials post delivery. So these are the warranty that we have. Okay, after the implementations of the project, testing, commissioning. Normally we have 365 days, blah 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 warranty period. So we need to ensure warranty period are provided with them. Control of changes, it's the same thing. We need to ensure changes are reviewed and controlled accordingly. Release of products and services, obviously this could be a simple stamp, to release your product, or this could be a complicated testing, commissioning, or factory acceptance test. So whatever it may be, so it must be implemented and controlled within your organization. Yep. Non-conforming, obviously, throughout the duration of your operations, there will be non-conforming products. It means defect, okay? So it means for defects, we need to ensure your defects are analyzed, that you have the appropriate root cause analysis, and then, of course, appropriate mitigation plan or corrective action plan to ensure the same problems will not get repeated in the near future, okay? So these are the difference between immediate. So immediate is actually a band-aid solution. So this is actually a containment plan. Corrective, this is actually to address, the root cause. Hence, you need to identify the root cause of your problems, of your risk. Preventive, this is actually a risks mitigation measures that we have discussed. Okay, close number 8. This is actually called, operations. Performance evaluation. Performance evaluation is actually, to evaluate, to review the performance. So performance evaluation could be in terms of internal audit, whether you have achieved what you have planned. So internal audit is normally planned within the organization to check the adequacy, to check the effectiveness of your controls, from sections 4 to 8. Okay, so that's why any organization who's planning to get certified from 9001 needs to set a quality internal audit planning. Okay, so we need to have approved or certified the auditor, okay, to audit your process. We need to ensure we monitor everything, okay. Customer satisfaction, so this is one of the key parameters, okay, when it comes to customer satisfaction. So this is one of the requirement of the standards that we need to know the perception of the customers. This could be in terms of simple survey that you send to them after the completion of your project, a feedback, a meetings with them, a warranty claims, and dealer reports. So we need to ensure customer satisfactions are the details, the data are actually analyzed and reported in your management review. Okay, so management review, it's very important. Okay, so these are all about audits. Okay, I'm not going to discuss. Okay, management review, this is actually the review being presided by your CEO, by your COO, or the key guys within your company. Normally, it's done every 2 years or every year or every 6 months. So it's up to you to define how often management review will be conducted. But the most important thing is that during management review, you need to ensure these inputs, these topics are discussed. There are relevant topics that we need to ensure are discussed in our management review. Okay, otherwise, it will be useless. Okay, so remember, management review is very important. Okay, you need to review the previous management review or the actions. If there was a management review from the past, we need to ensure actions from those management review are discussed. We need to ensure internal, external issues or the context of the organizations are discussed as well. So we need to ensure the quality objectives, customer satisfactions, defects, non-conformity, calibration, audits. So you name it, you've got to include it in your management review. And then, of course, your management review, it's a good business practice to have a minutes of meeting of your management review. And then, of course, the output. So this is the results of your management review. Obviously, the results of your management review will be the decisions or the actions related to that particular review. Actions that is assigned to your management or anybody who might have attended that review. Okay, so at the end of the day, the purpose of management review is, to identify improvements within your organization, to enhance your operations, to identify what are the changes that might be needed to achieve your objectives, your aspirations, your missions and visions. And then of course, if you have issues with resources, it's actually high time to discuss, the resources issues. Audit. So what is this? Systematic, independent, documented. So this is actually audit. Okay, so as I discussed. So this is the last one. Just give me, guys, just give me 2 minutes. Gobkens, I think just 2 minutes. So this is the last clause. Actually, improvement. So it means we need to improve. Okay, continually, as I said, not in a continuous way, but in a continual way. So improvement in terms of identifying the issues and resolving those issues within your organization. Okay, and then of course, it's always best to have a root cause analysis whenever you identify nonconformity or departures from the requirement in your operations, whether it's project related, operations related, or whatever issues. We need to ensure that it's being analyzed. Okay, I mean the root cause, because at the end of the day, we need to remove the root. We need to remove the root of the problem so that we can have a long-term solution. Okay, so that is the idea of root cause analysis. Yep. Effectiveness of corrective actions. So these are example of improvements. In some other companies, they are implementing Six Sigma. They are implementing quality circle tools. They are implementing some quality improvements. Okay. I'm not saying that ISO 9001 is a complete business management, but this will always guide you, okay, to improve your operations. But there's a lot of continuous improvement tools like Six Sigma that you can always implement within your organization, especially if you have the necessary resources, okay, and approval. I think I'm not going to discuss it. Uh, yep. So these are the references, and without immediate use, people forget up to 90% of what they learned within 30 days. So I expect everyone, okay, that at least you guys have learned, okay, something out of this training, at least, the fundamentals of ISO 9001, 2015. I'm not expecting that you've learned 90% of what I have discussed, at least, 5%, okay? So that would be enough, for you to start your journey on quality management system. That's it. I think Engineer Meets Engineer Jigger. Yeah, Hopkins. I think I'm done.
Okay, thank you very much to our dearest resource speaker, Engineer Isagani and Valerio, um, for the sharing of your knowledge in this event, in our webinar. So now we will just cater some of the questions posted in the chat box. So just let me read some of the questions.
Yep.
This is from Miss Ivy Palermo, sir. Sir, good eve. Practice of ISO 9001-2015 QMS can be considered for the application of upgrading ECE or PECE TY. Again, sir, practice of ISO 9001-2015 QMS can be considered for the application of upgrading ECE or PECE TY. From Ms. Ivy Palermo.
Yeah, okay. That's actually a good question. Uh, Obviously, if you're planning to be a professional electronics engineer, yes, you can use ISO, but then again, you should have a technical project, okay, that you need to present, okay, before our board of ECE, okay. Uh, you need to select a project, okay, where you implement those kind of things that we discuss in terms of operations. Because ISO is not only about quality management system. It's about testing and commissioning. It's about factory acceptance test. So those things are actually technical. Testing, commissioning. Okay. Yes, I think it can be used. To help you upgrade into PECE. I believe.
Okay, thank you, sir. I hope Engineer Valerio already answered your question, Miss Ivy Palermo. Next question, sir. Good evening. Can ISO 9001-2015 be applied in a healthcare setting or hospital? If yes, what are the basic requirements to be certified? The question is from Enrico S. Santiago, ISEP Manila. Again, sir, good evening. Can ISO 9001-2015 be applied in a healthcare setting or hospital? If yes, what are the basic requirements to be certified?
Yep. Yep, obviously, yep. As I said, any organization, whether service, whether government, non-government, ISO 9001 2015 is highly applicable. So in terms of requirements, so I think I covered that one in the first part of my presentation. So obviously, you need to coordinate with, the first thing that you need to do is actually coordinate with a certification body in your area. Okay, so you need to coordinate and you need to ask for a quotation, and then accordingly it's a process. Okay, so from there you can start your processes. Okay, so they will be advising you what are the things that need to be done, okay, for you to complete the process. Internal audit, management review, so those are mandatory requirements that you need to have, you know, before you get audited based on the requirement of 9001 2015. Yes, the answer is yes.
Okay, thank you, Engineer Valeria. Next question po. Some organizations are now making big data-driven decisions on their quality management. Does this have something to do with the revisions of ISO 9001? From ISA Pampanga, Rico J. Laksa. Again, sir, some organizations are now making big data-driven decisions on their quality management. Does this have something to do with the revisions of ISO 9001?
Okay, if I get it correctly, so you're asking about, you know, the changes, you know, why 2015? Okay. Actually, the reason why they revised 2008 to 2015 was, you know, the world the world has changed, you know. So there are lots of requirements, you know, nowadays, you know, with globalization. So it means we need to align, you know, we need to align the old version to 2015. Okay, it has something to do with the requirement right now, you know, yun, the globalizations that we've been experiencing. Okay, products, you know, from China going to US, you know, Europe, Asia. I think that the key reasons, and obviously to make it a risk-based driven organizational management system, because at the end of the day, we are all exposed to risk. And as I said, 9001 2015 is actually a risk-based management system that can actually help an organization to combat those key uncertainties within their organization. Yeah, I hope I addressed your question.
Yes, sir. That question was from Rico J. Laksa. Second to the last question, sir. Is it better to outsource QMS or perform it internally within the organization? Up to what point does an organization change from internal to outsourced QMS? From Floydan Solomon. Again po, sir, question, is it better to outsource QMS or perform it internally within the organization? Up to what point does an organization change from internal to outsourced QMS?
Yep. It's always best to implement it within your management system, because when you say outsource, there are many issues when you outsource your management system, especially in terms of communication, in terms of integration. Okay, I've seen a lot of organizations where their management systems are actually outsourced, and it's not really effective because, as I said, your management system must be integrated, must be part of your operations, must be part of everything that you do within your organization. So if you outsource your management system, I don't think it will give you an advantage. Okay, I don't think it will give an advantage. So it's always best to have it within your management system.
Okay, sir. Thank you very much. I hope Engineer Valer answered your question, Engineer Floydan Solomon. The other questions I think are already answered by Engineer Enrico Del Moro in the chat box. Napaka-active po ni Sir kanina sa pagsagot ng mga tanong sa ating chat box. Last question po, sir, for this evening. Last question, sir. Can we have soft copy of these slides for our reference?
Okay. I'll need to get the permission of Govkens because obviously this is intellectual property. I'll need to get their permission, guys, before no issue if they allow, So I'll need to talk with Govkens regarding this.
Okay.
Sir Sagay, it's all up to you kung may mga kailangan kang tanggalin siguro na sa company mo. Just the reference na dun sa PowerPoint. It's okay. We can give it to them. It's all up to you na lang kung ano yung mga kailangan mong tanggalin na medyo sa company base. It's better we
Okay,
can.
good. I'll do it.
Thank you.
I'll do it. And send it to you accordingly, guys. Through Govkens.
Okay, sir. Thank you very much for your invaluable sharing of your knowledge and expertise, experience in this field. Alam na alam po natin na talagang si Sir, si Engineer Isagani Valerio ay napaka-fit para talk about sa ISO 9001 2015 QMS. So, the presentation, so sabi ni Sir ay isasenda lang po ba, sir? Ipopost na lang po ba?
Yeah. Going
Okay,
to
sir. Thank you very much. May we now first proceed to the message from the guest of honors. Okay. Sir, let me just share the screen with your permission. Okay, so we have from the first message from our guest of honor, may we have Engineer Enrico Del Moro, member of the board of ECE. Sir?
Ako, inuna pa ako. Okay. Good evening. Good evening. I have been listening to the presentation of Engineer Gani and kwan kasi, no? Tapos sabi kanina, I'm very active in replying to the chat box. Basically because this is part of my job. A lot of years ago, medyo matagal na. Kaya alam ko yung ISO 9001 at the back of my hand. No? So, alam ko talaga itong na to. Nag-start pa ako dito, wala pa yung 9001. 9002 pa yung ginagamit nung araw. No? Tapos, binago nila 9001. Tapos yung format, binago uli. Kasi nag-introduce kanina ng Deming cycle. No? So, originally wala yon. Ang una nag-implement ng Deming cycle sa ISO is ISO 14001. Tapos, ginaya ni 9001, isinama uli nila yung PDCA cycle. So, yun yung basically history ng 9001. And ngayon ay version 2015 na. And supposed to be dapat every 4 or 5 years yung review. Dapat it's up for revision uli, no? Or editing or review uli ng ISO committee para baka maglabas uli sila ng panibago from 2015. Again, hindi siya ano tawag dito. ISO 9001 is not a guarantee for a good product. No? So ito yung magtutulong sa isang agency or company to do their products well, to do their services well. But it does not mean ito na yung pinakamaganda doon sa market. No? So yung quality product is will be defined by the specifications of the product. Pag na-meet mo yung specifications, then that product or that service is a quality. Pero again, perception yun ng customer kung mali kasi yung iniisip ng customer na pag mas maganda yung product, mas may quality. So maling sense yun. So ang quality is pag na-meet po yung specifications, then you have quality. yung iba, kaya meron tayo narinig kanina na quality focus is that importante yon, no? So titignan mo kung mapapasaya mo ba yung customer mo, no? Yung customer mo ba ay matutuwa dun sa produkto mo? Mamimit mo ba yung expectation niya or mapapasaya mo siya ng gusto, no? Yung customer delight, yun yung hinahanap ng iba. But I'd like to congratulate IECEP Qatar and in collaboration, no? Nakapag-collaborate ulit with IECEP Marinduque, no? First time ko lang yata nakapag-attend na activity ng IECEP Marinduque. And pag naisip ko yung Marinduque kasi Marinduque ay parang na-miss ko yung yung arrowroot. Yung arrowroot. Tapos ngayon, binibenta yung mga halaman, basically yun yung source ng arrowroot, no? Binibenta ngayon as ornamental plant, pero actually yung laman nun, yun yung ginagawang arrowroot o kaya sa iba ay uraro, no? Yun yung product na yun. I think meron na kayo, bukas na ba yung airport ng Marinduque?
Bukas na, sir. We just don't know if it's operating as of now.
The last time na nagpunta ako doon ay wala pang airport, kaya from Lucena pa kami, from Dalahican, papunta ng, saan ba yun? Mumpog yata, no? Mumpog. No? And congratulations again to the officers of both chapters, Marinduque and Qatar, for launching this ISO9001 awareness seminar. Kanina may nagtanong kung pwede raw bang gamitin sa PECE upgrade yung ISO 9001. So it's too much, no? It's too much kung gagamitin niyo yung ISO 9001 unless you consider yourself a product, no? Or gagamitin mo ito as part of your service. Isa nga sa comment ko kanina, yung certification sa ISO 9001 is basically voluntary, no? Kasi may cost involved siya. Pero you can apply it, no? Walang nagbabawal na gamitin mo yung ISO 9001. So it's too much for PECE upgrade. Maganda siya. But for the purpose of upgrading, it's not a hard requirement for us. Magandang gabi po sa inyong lahat.
Okay, thank you very much, Engineer Enrico Del Moro, Member Board of IECE. Ayan. Next message we'll be hearing from our very own Chairman, Board of IECE, Dr. Alnar Detalia. Ayan, nandito po ba siya?
Hello.
Good evening, sir.
Good evening. How's my audio coming?
Good, sir. Audible.
Okay. Yeah. Good evening, good afternoon to our participants from Qatar, and good evening for all of us here in the Philippines. Once again, I'd like to congratulate the organizers, the speaker, of course, and also the participants. As mentioned earlier by Engineer Del Moro, ito yung topic na he was really exposed, but then it's kabaliktaran sa akin, no? This particular topic is really a bit strange to me, you know. I was not really exposed to this, but the good thing is that this particular webinar kumbaga added a new knowledge for me on this particular topic, no? ISO. And then I hope that everybody also can make use of this. A topic that is not really that technical, ano? And then I just want to take up also from the question being asked earlier, kung magagamit ba natin ito sa PECE. The thing is, the premise of elevating you to become PECE is for you to be given a license to sign and seal technical documents. No? So based from that premise, doon namin in-evaluate yung mga applicants natin. No? Their capability or ability to really design technical projects. No? So yun lang yung natin, take a point, paano natin evaluate yung mga applicants for PECE. You will be elevating to sign and seal technical documents. So based on that premise, doon din namin in-evaluate yung mga applicants kung if the applicant is really capable to design. No? So yun. No? But anyway, again, congratulations. And it's also my first time to participate in the activity of IECEP Marinduque. Congratulations, IECEP Marinduque, and then I hope to be part in your other activities. Hopefully, maraming mga activities na nakaplano in the future for this chapter. And I also like to encourage this ISEP Qatar, who is really very active, to really partner with this chapter of Marinduque to really soar high in their activities in upgrading the knowledge of their members, and as well as the knowledge of our members as a whole. Now, again, thank you very much and good evening. Stay safe and stay healthy also. Good evening and good afternoon to all of us.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Arnar Detalia, the Chairman of the Board of ECE. Maraming salamat po. Here in our part, our thanks po to ISEP Qatar for agreeing to collab with us. Thank you very much po. And then now we could hear another message from our guest of honor, Engineer Romulo Agatep, former ISEP National President, PTC Country Registrar. Engineer?
Yeah, good evening again.
Yes, good evening.
Good evening to ISEP Qatar, of course, to the officers and members of ISEP Qatar, to the officers and members of ISEP Marinduque, of course, to my friend from the board of ECE, headed by his chairman, Engineer Alnar Detalia, and of course, Engineer Rico Del Moro. But I miss the other member, no? He is maybe still playing golf. Anyway, again, I'd like to thank for inviting me on this webinar. It's a new additional knowledge for me, the ISO, though it's more of a some sort of a review. Tama sabi ni Gani, hindi mo ginagamit, malilimutan mo. But it's more of a additional information and more of a refresher course for me. But as Engineer Alnar and Moros said about Marinduque, first time nga namin nadinig yung collaboration ng Marinduque chapter. And though I'm not really sa Marinduque, dahil madalas ako punta dati doon sa Marinduque. Ayaw ko meron pang Moriones Festival doon. I always attend the Moriones Festival in Buwak. Through the invitation of, I think, I don't know kung forgot the name, I think Governor Reyes. So, pag nagpupunta kami ng Buwak, pupunta muna kami ng Batangas, then sasakay ng, ano ba yung barko ba yun? And we travel by sea back and forth, then back to Manila. That is during Holy Week. So that's how I remember Buwak, Marinduque, the Moriones Festival. But after that disaster, the mining disaster doon sa Buwak noon, Marinduque mining, hindi na ako nakapunta ulit. At any rate, I would like to again thank the organizer, the ISEP Qatar chapter, the ISEP Marinduque chapter, and of course the speaker, no? Rani, maraming salamat at magandang gabi sa Pilipinas at magandang hapon sa Qatar. Thank you and congratulations to all the organizers, the members, and all the participants. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Thank you din po for your precious time in attending our webinar. I'm sure po, hindi lang po ang ating mga guest of honors ang maraming natutunan ngayong gabi, as well as to the participants. Because our webinar, kagaya po ng nasabi na po, is not so much technical. So lahat siguro ay nakarelate and it can also be applied to different sectors, hindi lamang po nakafocus sa isang sector. So another message from our guest of honor, we have Engineer Ornan Vicente, former ISEP National President. Engineer?
Yeah, good evening, everyone.
Superman, nandiyan ka pala.
Yes, sir.
Good evening.
Yeah, good evening.
Di ba birthday mo rin?
Sino?
Di ba birthday mo?
Di pa?
Hindi pa?
Yeah, okay. I'd like to congratulate, recognize first our two honorables who are present tonight. Chairman D'Italia and Engineer Del Moro, and of course the founding chapter father ng Qatar, si Engineer Adonis Talabo, and of course to the governor of Qatar chapter, Engineer Kinsley Manese, and of course our very dear president, Dr. Michelle Lawas, and the rest of the National Board of ISEP who are present today. And I believe there are some chapter governors also who are around and listening and watching the webinar. And I know that it's very well represented by a different chapter of ISEP. And the last one that I'd like to congratulate is our speaker, actually, who selfishly contributed and shared his expertise and knowledge to our members. So, Engineer Sagani Valero. And I'd like to commend the leadership of Qatar chapter as well as Marinduque. So, just like this is coming from the Bible, let us not get tired of doing good and helping others. So again, this topic is very good and very important to all engineers, not only being a technical managers, but we need also to advocate quality management in our workplace. So again, maraming salamat, and hopefully Qatar will also collaborate with other chapters who will be needing this kind of seminars. So tuloy-tuloy nyo lang ito, and I hope we will have a very good venue where our members will learn from different speakers. So maraming salamat sa pag-imbita sa akin dito sa activity na ito, and hoping and looking forward again to be invited in your near or your future activities. So I'm so glad also to have our legend who is also here in our webinar, si Engineer Romulo Gatep. So you are everywhere, sir. So kita-kita yeah, kita ulit tayo sa susunod. May mga activities din ang Singapore. So thank you so much, and magandang gabi sa Philippines at magandang hapon sa Qatar. Thank you so much.
Thank you also, Engineer Ornan Vicente. We are so blessed and grateful and also thankful that most of the attendees are very active, and also we are graced by the presence of the important people in ISEP, lalong-lalo na po ang ating members of the board of ECE, as well as the ISEP national boards. So we also have to hear a message from Engineer Lyle Anthony Joel Villas, Director, Board of Directors, ISEP National. Engineer?
Hello. All right. Good evening. Narinig ako, Engineer Mitzi.
Yes po, Engineer.
Medyo nagulat ako. Inaayos ko kasi on the back end yung actually I am in conversation with your Vice Governor for internal ng Qatar. We're doing some things on the back end. But anyway, magandang gabi po muna sa lahat po ng attendees ng very informative webinar po na ito. Again, I'd like to say good evening first to our two boards of ECE. Nandito po, Sir Rico and Doc Al. Magandang gabi po sa inyo. And former presidents, Sir Superman, Sir Ornan, and Sir Romy, which I attended din kanina, yung event nila sa Advanced Engineering with ISEP Manila, simultaneously with our national board fourth meeting kanina, which is yun yung advantage ng ating ng technology po ngayon. So, and another thing, I would like to thank Gov Kensley for inviting me, sending an invitation personally as a messenger ko po, direct message. Siguro dito sa event, on a personal note, I would like to attest na this ISO quality management systems is really helpful for organizations na would want their systems, processes, and workflows to be organized. I remember yung organization na kinabibilangan ko po ngayon, na company, I'm already a decade old dito po sa company na ito. I joined the company without na tinitingnan pa lang nila, nag-umpisa pa lang sila sa journey ng ISO, and then nag-umpisa kami sa 9001-2008 hanggang ngayon sa risk-based na 2015. And malaking bagay siya sa company in terms of yan nga mga projects, especially those na kailangan sa government, hinahanap na siya as a requirement, and it's really a plus points pagdating sa mga evaluations during government biddings, dahil it really goes to say that your organization is governed by systems, processes, and workflows, kagaya na sinabi ko. Plus, I also had the chance to work as an internal auditor, attending trainings related to this. So medyo familiar, and it's really gandang review sa akin po on a personal note. So yung mga tumitingin ng mga attendees po natin, and then if you are especially most on the management role or advisory role, at least to the top management, this is a system. Again, marami namang systems na kagaya nito, sabi nga po ng ating speaker, which is very commendable, very siya informative, magaling po yung ating speaker dito sa topic po na ito. If you could recommend this to your organizations, it will really be a plus factor. I wish we could do this on the national office, national organization natin, but again, this entails a lot of effort, paperwork, hard work, diba? So maybe not for this year, realistically. But then again, siguro on my capacity, as the portal chair and the portal committee chair, I'm referring to our My ISEP portal. I'd also like to commend ISEP Qatar. If I were to measure compliance with regards to the usage of our portal, ang ISEP Qatar po would be one of the chapters to commend regarding the use of our portal. Congratulations sa Qatar, and I hope ISEP Marinduque would follow suit. Sila Gov Joyvel, I know they're just starting to heat up with their activities, pero dito lang po tayo para tumulong, and I don't want to preempt, baka mamaya banggitin po ng ating other officers o national president mamaya on his turn to speak, pero with regards to my side on the portal, I think we will be very excited to give you the news na we will be announcing or making some major modifications on the membership side. Of course, I'm stating this on behalf of my end, our end as part of the portal side. So we would be very sure na mas makakatulong po ito, mas mapapadali ang mga ating mga problema, masasolve yung ibang problema. Maraming problema po natin sa memberships. But then again, siguro doon lang muna. I'm taking too much time. Maraming salamat po for the opportunity to speak. Magandang gabi po sa lahat and congratulations ISEP Qatar and ISEP Marinduque.
Thank you, Engineer Villas. I would like to announce that the link for the post-webinar assessment and the evaluation survey is already posted in the chat box. Kindly view the chat box so that you can access the link para po masagutan nyo na rin po, and that will also be the basis for your certificates as well as your attendance in our Zoom platform. Next po, we'll be having another message from one of our guest of honors, another director, board of directors of the ISEP National, Engineer Joel Bahador. Engineer?
Hello, am I audible?
Yes po, yes sir.
Okay. So again, good evening. Good evening sa atin. Good afternoon sa ISEP Qatar. And of course, I would like to congratulate ISEP Qatar and ISEP Marinduque, headed by Governor Kensley Armon Maniese and Governor Joyvel Binaventura, respectively, for coming up with this webinar. And this is really a very important topic for everybody. I remember when I was in the manufacturing company, like semiconductor and other electronics company, parang naabutan ko itong mga ISO certification, no? And mahirap yung aming naranasan noon kasi parang kami nagsimula nitong mga ISO certification nung time namin. So matagal na yun, no? Huwag na natin alamin kung anong year yon. Okay, so with this seminar, I also would like to congratulate Isagani Valerio for conducting this kind of seminar, because if you may allow me to summarize the I think more than 2 hours na seminar ni Isagani, I would like to summarize everything that by using ISO9001 2015, your company or your business can benefit from consistently providing customers with high quality products and services. The process of continual improvement ensures your business or company to be more efficient, reduces errors, and maintains a high standard of service delivery. So again, congratulations to ISEP Qatar and ISEP Marinduque for having this kind of seminar. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Engineer Bahador. Another message po from our Vice President Internal of the ISEP National, Engineer Jesse De Toro.
Good evening. Good evening,
evening, sir.
everyone. Yeah, good evening nga pala sa nandito sa Pilipinas at saka good afternoon naman doon sa Middle East. I would like to again congratulate ISEP Qatar on this another collaboration with ISEP Marinduque. Also, my congratulations to ISEP Marinduque officers for the successful webinar. The topic, Introduction to ISO9001 2015 Quality Management System or QMS. It's very interesting, no? And it is very useful. Sayang nga, medyo nahuli ako ng konti. Kailangan ko pang mag-grocery. But anyhow, I would like to thank ISEP Qatar for assisting our local chapters through webinars, collaborations, and other activities. I would like to personally endorse ISEP Misamis Occidental, which is our baby chapter, for collaborations with you guys, ISEP Qatar. I know kayang-kaya niyo yan at saka talagang matulungin kayo. I do hope you could collaborate with them soon. And I do hope that di kayo magsawa sa pagbibigay ng webinars sa members natin and other learning sessions, since as what my colleague says, every time na magkakaroon kami ng mga learning sessions na learning will not stop as long as we are still not yet 6 feet below the ground. So talagang it is a continuous process. So we have to keep on learning new things. Of course, you have to enjoy the learnings. Kasi kung hindi ka nag-enjoy, well, hindi papasok yun. No? And anyway, I won't take much of your time. Once again, congratulations to ISEP Qatar and Marinduque chapter. Mabuhay ang ISEP. Thank you very much. Maayong gabi sa tanan.
Thank you very much, sir, for your message. So we will be having another message also from one of the ISEP National Boards, Vice President for Education, Engineer Carl Salva. Engineer?
Wala na po yata si Sir Carl, si Engineer Carl. Next na lang.
So wala po sa ating Zoom meeting si Sir Carl. Next message we'll be hearing from our Secretary General, ISEP National, Dr. Lori Liza D. Bulay-Og. Engineer?
Hello, good evening. Good evening, ISEP Qatar and my ISEP Marinduque. So thank you so much for inviting me in this webinar. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to talk. Now, I'm not going to say anything. I think sinabi na nila lahat. So what I can say is just congratulations for the success of the event. Congratulations for continue providing seminars, webinars for our members. Congratulations for the 2 chapters, especially the officers, for always thinking of what's good for our organizations, especially the benefits that our members can get from all of our activities. And again, thank you so much and good evening to each and every one of us.
Thank you so much, Engineer. Thank you din po. And definitely last but not the least, we have a message from our very own ISEP National President, Dr. Michelle Lawas. So I think Dr. Michelle Lawas is not, let me check. So while we are still confirming if Dr. Michelle Lawas is still in our Zoom platform, allow me to read to you the content of the Certificate of Recognition to be given to Engineer Isagani M. Valerio. The Institute of Electronics Engineers of the Philippines Incorporated, ISEP Qatar Chapter and ISEP Marinduque Chapter, the affiliated chapters of Institute of Electronics Engineers of the Philippines Incorporated with accreditation number 36 and 49, awards this Certificate of Recognition to Isagani M. Valerio, PECE, ACPE, AE, in grateful recognition and commendation for his invaluable efforts and exemplary performance as a resource speaker with the topic 2001-2015 Quality Management Systems during the 2021 webinar collaboration series with ISEP Qatar and ISEP Marinduque Chapter, given the 17th of April 2021. Signed, Joybel C. Bonaventura, ECE 1 PHN, ISEP Marinduque, Governor 2021, and Kensley Armon F. Manese, ECE, AAE, LEED Green Association, ISEP 2021. Thank you so much for the invaluable efforts of Engineer Isagani M. Valerio, PECE, ACPE, AE.
Thank
So
you.
maybe now
Yeah.
check if Dr. Okay, thank you so much, Engineer Isagani M. Valerio.
Yeah, salamat po. Salamat po sa lahat, sa ISEP Qatar, kay Gobkens, kay Engineer, kay Gob Joybel, sa mga officers po ng ng dalawang chapters, sa ating pong board, kay Dr. Al, kay Sir Rico, kay Sir Joel, kay Sir Vicente, at sa mga ibang officers pa po na nakinig nung training po. So, magandang gabi po sa inyong lahat at maraming salamat po.
Thank you din po, Engineer. Now may we call on our ISEP National President, Dr. Michelle Lawas, for her message. Good evening po, Engineer.
Hello. Hello, good evening.
Yes po, Engineer. Good evening
Hello,
po.
good evening, everyone. And first of all, I would like to congratulate for the first time. This is my first time to attend such webinar sponsored by Marinduque. Am I right? Marinduque chapter. And this is also a collaboration with ISEP Qatar. And with that, I would like to congratulate the two governors for coming up such webinar about quality management system and introduction of the ISO 9001. Okay, ito ba yun? 9001 for the quality management system, which is also very timely for our current struggle this time for our management system, because we are really ready to be adaptive of the quality management system. That is really strategic decision for an organization that can help to improve its overall performance, and it's provide a sound basis for sustainable development initiatives. So I am into ISO because I was once a quality management system director in the Mindanao State University, and I am, I am advocate of quality, especially in the quality assurance, and all of that. So this is ISO 9001 2015, and this is a good thing, because the ISEP Inc. this time, we are trying to promote good governance, effective management, efficiency in processes, no, and of course continual improvement in our delivery to our general membership, or even in the public sector and private, such performances, no, and of course holistically about the Philippine Development Plan, and we also advocates in the compliance of all the executive orders, you know, institutionalizing and making all the standards to implement in the government quality management program. So as a professional organization, we really have to be in adherence and in compliant of all the government quality management committee. So in line with that programs and advocacy of the ISEP Incorporated, we have just started now in the development of its quality system, or our QMS. Actually, we started, I remember it right, we started around 2019. I was tasked, I was assigned by the national president then to really put into order and really to promote this effective filing and effective management about the efficiency of what we are doing and how things will go about, no, during the meeting, or even in the process of a very simple services that we could provide with our members. So andoon ito lahat kasi sa QMS, which is really very certifiable, no, in the international standards. So with that, kaya nga kanina pagtingin ko, this is a good topic for all of us, because we are really expected to establish a framework, no, in our organization, in the chapter level, to continual improvement. And we have to really develop and strengthen our organizational ability, and of course not to consistently provide products, or if we have services that really meet our members and applicable, you know, such regulatory requirements and all of that. And it also gives us it also facilitate opportunities, no, to enhance our membership satisfaction and all of that. So much of the ISO 9001:2015, the QMS, no. What is good is this technical seminar really gives us an idea on how to really frame up and how to process and how to have an effective management in all levels. So in the chapter level, or in the national level, and to all the public sector and the attached agency of ISEP. So again, my congratulations to all of you. I have a long day. The National Board of Directors and Officers have a long day today, because we had our meeting, no, since 1 p.m. pa. Kadami nating tinitake up about matters arising, and of course, no, things that needs to be resolved and needs to be, you know, to be taken care of the national level. And one thing for sure, your national officers are working, and we are very serious in, you know, in carrying out all our obligations as a national officers. And again, my congratulations to all of you, and with our guest of honors and our other guest of honors, no, with our BECE. Thank you for being a constant to all our undertakings and to all our activities. And thank you also for all the national boards of directors for supporting such a webinar, a collaboration webinar with one foreign and one local. And again, I am so happy with the Marinduque chapter for coming up this collaboration with a very strong foreign chapter, no, Qatar chapter. So with that, again, to the governor, si Julibeth Bayon Buenaventura. Actually, may package ako sa iyo, siguro going there na with such ano yon, may pinapasign ata sa Secretary General about the opening of your account. So again, I am very happy. So hopefully this is not only the beginning. Hopefully we could come up and you could come up with such beautiful and yung mag-partake talaga to all our membership, and we have to revitalize your membership to come up with a good collaboration and a good ng mga membership natin. So I will not na lang siguro kasi gabi na, medyo na po tayong lahat. So again, congratulations once again, and to our speaker tonight. Okay, congratulations. It's a very comprehensive, and I acknowledge the competency of our speaker. Very nice inputs, and congratulations once again. Maraming salamat po at magandang gabi po sa lahat.
Yes, thank you din po. Thank you so much for gracing us your time, Dr. Michelle Lawas. Kahit pagod na ang ating mga members ng ISEP National, still they are here with us in our webinar collaboration. So it is very heartwarming to feel that we belong in an organization with people like the members of the ISEP National na talagang very hardworking in order to provide us with the service that we need in pursuing this career in our profession. Ayan. So thank you very much to all of our guests of honors for tonight's webinar. Now we move on to the closing remarks. This webinar is really jam-packed with learnings. I hope that it will just be the beginning of more collaborations to come for a very strong chapter, ISEP Qatar, and also Marinduque chapter. And now to give us the closing remarks, let us all hear from Engineer Rachel Grace Lanchon, Vice Governor Internal, ISEP Marinduque. Engineer?
Hello, magandang gabi po. Is my audio clear? Hello?
Yes po. Audible po.
Ayan. So, okay, thank you very much, Engineer Michi. So, good evening, ladies and gentlemen. So, on behalf of ISEP Qatar and ISEP Marinduque chapter, we would like to express our deepest appreciation and gratitude, of course, to our dearest speaker, Engineer Isagani Valerio, for his wisdom and knowledge for this quality management system. So I remember as a former QA engineer before, gamit na gamit tong QMS, and as well as yung mga risk-based thinking and risk management, business continuity management. Yan. So anyway, truly, this pandemic has brought us so many challenges and difficulties. But despite of that, as engineers, we need to adapt to these changes. Of course, as one ECE profession, by amplifying our strengths and know-how, not only in the ECE field, but also in managing systematic challenges and applying this Kaizen, or yung sinasabi natin kanina na continuous improvement. And of course, yung sinabi din ni Engineer Valeria na identifying yung risk and opportunities, and of course, overall, yung ISO standards for us to build ways to adapt and have this new and better normal. So of course, for our PRC Board of Electronics Engineering, headed by our ever-distinguished Chairman, Dr. Alnar Detalle, and member, Engineer Enrico Del Moro, sir, good evening, and thank you very much for your time, and we do hope makita po namin kayo dito, and welcome po kayo sa aming isla ng Marinduque. Soon, pag okay ng travel restriction. So for to our former ISEP President, Engineer Ornan Vicente, and current PTC Country Register, Engineer Romulo Agatep. Sir, good evening po. To our supportive colleagues from ISEP National, Directors, Engineer Lyle Villas, Engineer Joel Bahador, VP Internal, Engineer Jess De Toro, VP for Education, Engineer Carl Salva, Secretary General, Dr. Lori Liza Bulayog, and of course, our ever-supportive President, Dr. Michelle Lawas. Magandang gabi po, and we sincerely appreciate your time po. Of course, to our chapter governors, all the officers, engineers, and to our almost 300 in attendance sa Zoom platform, and YouTube live stream all over the globe. Currently, 10:30 na ng gabi and nandun pa din sila. Thank you very much po for taking your time out of your busy schedule to be with us tonight. So again, from all of us here at the heart of the Philippines, the small island of Marinduque, as a newly established chapter just months before the pandemic, we do hope to see you again in our upcoming. Very much, everyone, and stay safe po. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Engineer Rachel Grace Lanchon, for your closing remarks. Next up is the post-webinar assessment and evaluation survey, which was posted in our chat box a while ago. And I also have noticed that most of the attendees had problems regarding their badge numbers. So for those who have registered through the Google Forms, Google Docs, you can use the generic badge number, which is 1418-99999. 59 po. Again, 1418-59. So yun po yung generic badge number na you can use for the post-webinar assessment and evaluation survey. So for those who have registered through the myisep.net website, you can find your badge number there. Okay. Is there anything else po? The certificates will be mailed to you po.
Hindi po mail.
First, you need
Sorry.
to answer the assessment and evaluation survey. Yes? Po,
Hindi po mail. Bali, yung mga nag-register sa IECEP, doon nila makukuha din yung mga certificate sa IECEP. And doon sa mga nagka-problema naman na nag-register ng una sa Google Docs, we will give them a certificate through their emails po sa mga naunang nag-register sa Google Docs. Sorry, just kunin ko na rin yung time na to. Pasensya na kasi ang nangyari dito is we had a registration for Google Docs initially. Then the BOD Lyle sent us a message that we need to do everything regarding webinars using IECEP. So kaya nagkaroon lang po ng konting problem, but rest assured na gagawin natin ng paraan, especially sa mga nag-attend at nag-register naman, that we will give them certificates as well. Yun lang po.
Okay po. Thank you very much, Gov. Kensley Armon Manese, Governor of ISEP Qatar. So I think that pretty much sums up our webinar. For those who can turn their cameras on, pwede pong paki-on natin ng ating mga camera. Ayan, for the photo ops.
Ma'am, paki-unshare po yung yung slide para ma-full.
Okay, sir.
Thank you. Hintay lang po natin ma-unshare yung Okay. So we have smile. It's one. Next window. Random po ito ha. Okay, ready. Another one. 1, 2, 3. Smile. Okay, second. That's second. 1 minute. Next window. Okay, third window na po tayo. Ready. 1, 2, 3. Okay. Next window. Number 4. Okay. 1, 2, 3. Fifth one. 1, 2, 3. Second to the last. 1, 2, 3. Ito na yung mga walang cameras. Sige po, okay na, last na. Yung mga wala ng cameras to. Thank you. That's it.
Thank you, Governor.
Thank you po. Thank
May
you.
mga additional pa po bang
Thank you.
announcements?
Wala na po so far. Thank you po sa lahat ng BC as well as National Board for attending, as well as the officers and members ng different chapters.
Thank you, Kensley.
Opo. Welcome po. Thank you. Thank you. Have a good night po.
Okay, and that pretty much